going on, everyone? It's the Outer Deus podcast, episode 11. I know it's been a couple weeks, been extremely busy with real life shit, but I've been planning this one for a while. I've been trying to beat this Death Stranding shit for a long time. It feels good to have beaten that game because I bought it day one on PS4 and I didn't touch it ever until like the middle of last year on PC, and then I didn't touch it again until like the end of last year, up until a few days ago, or this morning actually. So I got Metal Briam here. That's what the M is for. Brian Metal Brian. I don't know, whatever he wants to call himself now.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, he's a big fan of death metal. That's why I'm saying that. So yeah, dude, I just beat this game story wise a few days ago, and I've just been doing the side quote unquote side quest, trying to unlock all the interviews and shit, and all I have left are memory chips. So I got a few of them this morning, but I felt like my time with the game was over. And then coincidentally today 505 Games announced that the director's cut is coming to PC on March 30th.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Which is exciting as fuck because I was like, wow. And they actually replied to my comment. So
Really?
Yeah, they did. So I was like, wow, I put this game down this morning and then y'all announced it the same day. I'm excited. And then they were like, oh, well, it was the perfect time then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same thing happened with me, except like I also bought the game not day one, but maybe a month later on PlayStation 4. And I beat the game a long time after that. And then maybe 2 weeks later they announced the director's cut for PlayStation 5. But by then I was like, no, I'll get it later, but not right now.
Yeah. So you haven't gotten it yet?
The director's cut, no.
Oh, okay. It's $37 if you do. It's pretty cheap right now.
I think I did see that it wasn't that much.
Yeah.
But
Do you
it
have a
took me
PS5?
so long. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I have
okay.
the digital console, but it took me so long to beat the game originally. Like by the time I was done, I was like relieved to be finished with it, but also like happy that I actually got to finish it. But like that massive chunk of constant deliveries
Mm-hmm.
kind of made me just think like I'll get to the director's cut later. Uh, later.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very heavy game. No pun intended.
Uh,
Yeah.
I mean,
And
but it was a Hideo Kojima game, so I knew that it was leading to something. I know it wasn't just gonna have me do these damn deliveries over and over and over for nothing.
oh, of course, of course. I mean, it's very jarring. Like I've been watching some of the videos like when they came out, and dude, having beaten the game, the launch trailer for Death Stranding is so fucking bad. I could not believe that was the launch trailer. And I
When they showed like those five floating beings.
no, like when it first, like when I think it was the month before it was about to release on PS4. I watched that trailer. I had never watched it. I just watched it like 2-3 days ago. It was like 8 minutes or something. So I was like, oh shit, that's a long. I was
Oh.
like, that's a long ass trailer. And I was like, okay. So I watched it and I was like, wow, there are so many fucking spoilers in this damn trailer. Like, I'm actually glad I had never seen that trailer. Like, I never saw it. But I saw the original one when you see Norman Reedus, and that was it. And then the
Oh
second
yeah.
one, when you saw Guillermo del Toro, the baby, and Mads Mikkelsen, that one
Uh-huh.
was even that one was like, yo, what the fuck is happening in
Yeah.
this? Which was me throughout the whole game, and I think everyone can say that. you know?
Yeah, especially for me too. Like once you finally get past that hump of deliveries and the plot finally starts to kick in, that's when everything just kind of ties together and you finally start to understand what the hell is going on.
Dude. Like I remember the first I didn't know that Asylum for the Feelings, you know that song, right, by Silent Poets? He used it in the game and he used it in the trailer that finally revealed the gameplay in 2018.
Oh,
So,
I'd have to go back and see it.
yeah, I don't because people were saying that he used it in the trailer and I was like, "What trailer did he use it in?" And then I was like, "Okay, I know the gameplay one for E3 in 2018 was the first gameplay reveal." And I
Uh-huh.
remember people were like, "Yo, like all we see is a nigga walking." Like
Yeah.
I remember that. All you see him is carrying shit and hiking and walking and shit. But and I'm watching the trailer and the music is in that one.
Ah.
It's such a godlike song. Like it's probably the best song like that he inserted in the game. So, I'm watching the trailer and some of this shit does not look familiar. So they must have changed up some stuff. Like it doesn't look like it at all actually. Um Even some of the movement is a little different, just like a tad different. And they even show one shot of him taking out like a weapon outside of an enemy camp. And I was like,
Really?
"Oh, yeah." I was like, "Oh, wow, they actually showed that?" And then I saw the rest of the trailer and I'm like, "This has to be extended or something because I remember seeing like I don't remember it being this long, the trailer being that long for 2018 at E3. And I do remember seeing the Hartman character reveal or whatever. They just showed a little bit, and then it's the director Nicholas Wending Refn. He directed Drive. I'm sure you've seen that movie.
I have
Right,
not actually.
it's with
It
Ryan Gosling too.
Yeah. It's on my list though. It's on my
It
list.
it's okay. I felt it was overhyped, but maybe I need to go rewatch it again. And he's actually already done movies with Mads Mikkelsen too, which was pretty cool.
Oh,
And
okay.
Kojima and Nicholas too were involved in a project in on Amazon Prime. So Kojima was actually in the show, like this little mini series.
Huh, really?
Yeah, he was. He was like an
Wow.
assassin or something.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. And one of the co-writer is him, Nicholas, and the guy that pretty much wrote Captain America, like the original comic Captain America when the Winter Soldier was revealed. Like he created the Winter Soldier character pretty much in the comic books.
Ah.
Yeah. But I digress. I mean, the game is out. I remember playing it. It was a little tedious, but it was pretty cool. Like the atmosphere of it all. It was very strange, very weird, like different. And my and at some point when I got the bike, a little bit later, my bike got destroyed, and
Yeah, mine too.
I never picked the game back up after that. I took a break, a
Mm.
long ass break, because I never picked it up on PS4 ever again, and I still have it. So, you know, I was like, all right, I mean, come on, man, I was like, it's Kojima, dog. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. And I remember the director's cut was revealed. I was like, oh shit! And I saw that trailer for the director's cut, the
Uh-huh.
first one with the one that looked like Metal Gear, and I was like, oh my god! Like I
With
got so hyped.
the box, right?
Yeah, with the box, like, dude, that trailer felt like a Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes trailer or something.
Kind of, yeah.
And then I saw the trailer right after. And it showed a bunch of shit, and I was like, oh my god, guns! Like I didn't know. I don't remember if I even knew there were guns or anything like that in the game. I probably did, but I forgot. But seeing that in the trailer was like, whoa, what is happening? This looks amazing. I need to go back. And I did, and I've been on it since I think October or November. And dude, chapter 3 is so long. Oh my god. It's the one when you finally get to Lake Knot.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, that damn
Dude.
city.
So I'm just gonna say right off the bat, this game is not for everybody. And
No.
I don't blame people that actually don't play it. Like I really don't. Because it takes an enormous amount of patience towards the beginning. Quote unquote the beginning.
The beginning.
Yeah, like It's I understand why it's like that, but that doesn't mean everyone has the stomach slash patience for it. Uh,
Yeah, definitely not. Like I know one of my friends was like really eager to play the game when it first like launched, and that they never picked it up again. Like after playing maybe halfway through, and they asked me like, Is it really just like all a bunch of deliveries?" I'm like, for a good bit of it, yes, but I promise you, once you get to like that final third of the game, it's going to be so much better. I promise."
yeah. Um, I would say I can't really divide the game even by chapters because the length of them are like they vary so much, especially the further you get into the game. Like some are way shorter than others.
Uh huh.
So, I mean, the core gameplay is that, let's just start with the gameplay before we get into the more heavy shit cuz oh my god, does this game have it.
Oh yeah.
So, the gameplay itself is I think from a mechanical standpoint, it's a little clunky. I understand why, but sometimes it can get so frustrating. Like, for example, you're running, or maybe you have some cargo. It could be as simple as just trying to move the other way, just when you're not even driving or whatever. Oh my god! And let me get into that a little later. Like it's like hard to like the game. Like he won't move back, and it's like, yo, what the fuck? Like the movement sometimes is a little clunky. That's if there's one thing, if the biggest criticism I can give the game, it's not even the deliveries. It's sometimes the mechanics sometimes of movement. It's just sometimes a little hard to like move him around. Like he won't. Sometimes he just won't move the way you want him to, or like he's almost about to fall off of a fucking cliff, and you're like, whoa, 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 and you're trying to keep him from falling, and it's like, oh shit,
Uh huh.
you know. But I
Yeah, I
feel
think.
like, oh, keep going, keep going, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, I think you're right. Like at first, I kind of figured it was just me. Like, do I just not know how to run, like how to play the character? Because I don't I just always tripped. I was tripping everywhere. I don't know if like I was just running when I wasn't supposed to or what it was. And like I guess now that you mentioned it, I'm thinking like, yeah, you know what? That was kind of a problem, but I always just kind of thought of it as I'm just a shitty gamer.
Yeah. I mean, there are some times when the character like loses balance incredibly easily. But that's more so that happens more often when you have way more cargo on your back.
Yeah,
Which is understandable. It's heavy as fuck. Even if you can still hold more, it's a lot of cargo like in world, So it's not even about just falling, but it's like just trying to move him like the other way sometimes.
uh-huh.
Like he may not move, the character may not move, like Sam may not move or something. Like sometimes it happens, sometimes it's not. And I know some of that is part design philosophy, some of that is just like legitimate clunkiness to the movement. Like I
Right.
can't. You can defend some of it. You can't defend some
All
other
of it.
parts. You can't
Mhm.
defend all of it. It just has to be said. I enjoy Kojima's games. I love the dude and everything, but some of that movement was just like fuck. Like
It was frustrating.
yeah, it was frustrating as fuck, and especially when you're in the vehicles. Oh my god, when you are going uphill with vehicles,
Mm,
it's fucking infuriating when you're trying to go up, or like let's say the vehicle is falling back, and not even just falling back, it completely turns, and you're trying to turn it back and it won't turn back, and it keeps on falling, and then you think it's going to turn, so you want to boost, and then you kind of boost downward, and it's like, dude,
yeah.
what the fuck? Oh my god, like it's so infuriating. It's so infuriating. I guess maybe it's supposed to be realistic, but fuck is realism and frustrating. Like,
Yeah. Like, come on, give us a little break here.
yeah. But I think that's not like it's not like there's breaks, obviously, but I think it's not supposed to be easy.
No, not at all.
It's not supposed to be easy. Like it's a hard game. Like it is. Not even just from a standpoint of having the patience. It's just sometimes it is actually difficult, especially at the beginning when you barely have any weapons and any way to defend yourself. Like it's hard to get into an enemy camp and actually like do it with stealth. Like
Oh,
it's nigh impossible.
I remember like first getting into those enemy camps and like my Metal Gear brain triggered, and I'm like, all right, let's stealth this thing out, and immediately with filled with regret.
Like they have the ping, the scanners, and they'll find you, and there's no way for
Uh
you to
huh.
actually there's no real way for you to actually bypass it unless you're at from a certain distance from them, maybe.
Yeah, if you're at a certain distance and you just go for it, you just run.
Or maybe you have to go so slow that they won't even find you or track you. But then comes the melee, which was incredibly frustrating the first time. It's still frustrating even later. On well, on PC, it's a little frustrating because of the key bindings.
Hmm.
Maybe I just kept it by default, and then once I got a little more used to it, it was fine. I mean, it's not supposed to be Metal Gear. I understand,
Not at all.
but the melee is it was kind of like, damn. It was kind of like, damn, like seriously, bro.
Yeah, like I didn't really get into combat too often against those guys, not at least until we had like actual weapons that we could
Hmm.
use. But before then, I tried to avoid all combat as much as possible, especially when I realized just how hard it is to get through those camps. Like I might have tried to sneak in, grab a few things, and then like just hightail out of there.
Hmm.
But yeah, that melee was a little wonky.
Yeah, the melee was wonky a little bit. Well, not even a little bit, kinda wonky, and because of that, I kinda would dread having to even get near mules or whatever, or have to deal with them. I just blitz past them.
Yeah.
So the when it comes to the melee, it gets a little better the more you start uh getting more gear or whatever. Like you can run and tackle them if you
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and apparently when you have cargo, you can throw it at them as well. You can throw cargo at them at the cost of potentially damaging the cargo just a little bit.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, you can do that. You can like if they're holding cargo that you want or whatever, you can knock them out, and once you get the sticky gun, you can immediately grab the cargo in the midst of them falling down or something. So the movement was a little is for the most part is great, but there's instances where like you're trying to move this guy and it's like infuriating or whatever.
Uh-huh.
In short bursts, it's not too consistent. And then the vehicles are infuriating sometimes, and then it makes it worse because so many rocks are on the map. No matter what part of the area you are on the map, it's frustrating to even get through with vehicles, especially if you're on a bike.
Oh, that bike you that like you said earlier, I destroyed my bike so fast the first time.
And then it took so
And
long for you to get it back.
uh-huh.
Yeah, so
I
I
mean,
mean
I
the
get why there's a lot of rocks considering like the plot, the story.
mhm.
Um but I feel like once we got to like that snowy part of the map, it was a little better, even though
Mhm.
like the further you get into the snow, the harder it is for him to walk, and it's like, I'd rather
Mhm.
be in the with the rocks again.
Yeah. The best thing though is that you get the all-terrain skeleton.
Oh yeah.
You get the all-terrain skeleton which gives you quite a boost during the snow. It's kind of like a mix of power and speed,
Uh-huh.
you know. So the active skeleton it's the active skeleton. That one is pretty good. The power skeleton is not very fast, but it's fast enough and it can help you carry quite a bit, which is great. Speed 1, you're like incredibly fast, and all of them help you. It's pretty nice how they let you jump or vault or whatever, like the range that you're able to.
Yeah.
Again, the rocks are so infuriating, like because
The rocks
they
suck.
stop you dead in your tracks, like unless you're
Uh-huh.
in the truck, and then the truck sometimes is a little slow, just a little slow compared to the bike. Uh,
And then if your boots or your shoes like wear out, then
oh
forget
yeah.
about it.
Oh yeah, you always got to have an extra pair, especially at the beginning part because you're mostly walking at that point.
Uh-huh. And I didn't know that. Like I guess I I wasn't prepared enough in the beginning for what exactly the game was giving me, so I didn't really have like an extra pair of boots or an extra pair of this or that. So I think a lot of it might have been my fault at the beginning, just for
Mhm.
underestimating what this game was about.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you, I had like an extra two pairs of boots, some sandals, like that stupid sandal crap that really isn't worth
Oh,
anything.
sandalweed?
The sandals.
Yeah, the sandalweed. I know that.
Yeah, like
I never really wore them.
you gotta climb up the mountain. Your boots wore off. Oh, gotta rock the sandals. Now let's go, Sam.
I barely ever use those things, dude. If anything, I used them maybe one time, and that was by accident.
Oh,
Like I just chose it by accident, and that was it. But it's great that um, the vehicles aren't the only mode of transportation, besides your legs.
obviously, yeah,
The zip lines are a godsend. They are such a godsend in the whole game. Don't get me wrong, it can get a little monotonous if that's all you do, or monotonous, better said, if that's all you do. But it really helps when you have to go through the snow, especially because of how long it takes, and your cargo will really get destroyed so quickly compared to rain. It'll just get destroyed. Your vehicles will
yeah,
get messed up in snow faster. Any structures you build will go down faster. But I like the progression of the game. So like it feels like you earned everything you keep unlocking in the entire
yes.
game. Like, yeah, I went
That's
through all this shit. Yeah, you better give me it.
yeah, exactly. Like I felt like all the stuff I was rewarded, it genuinely felt like a reward because the game does. I don't want to say punish you, but it like punishes you to get what you need.
Yeah, I wouldn't say punish you, but it certainly pushes you. It
Yeah, it
pushes you
really makes
hard.
you work for it.
Yeah, you really have to work for it, and I think that's part of the not only the design philosophy, but it's part of the narrative. Like they're intertwined in that
Yeah,
sense because the game's premise is that of you having to rebuild America in a post-apocalyptic world with a bunch of essentially demons in a way.
right.
With this type of game's never really been done before. That's one.
No,
That's
the,
one thing of many I can give it. Like, there's no game like it. None.
no, nowhere.
Mm-mm. You'll never
But
see a game like this unless
but
it's from Kojima.
but to go back real quick to something you said earlier, and I feel so ashamed to have to say it, and I'm pretty sure anybody that might listen to this who has played the game, they might be like, "How the hell?" I did not realize there were zip lines until after I was done.
Yo, what the fuck,
I think
dude?
I don't know. I don't know if we mentioned it on the Metal Gear podcast where one of you might have mentioned a zip line, but I was like, a zip line? What are you talking about? And then I like searched it on my own later, and I was like, you're kidding me. I was like, you're telling me I stupidly did not realize I could use zip lines? And I'm like cussing at myself, realizing like, you're telling me I have to go to this thing over all of this crap on my feet? Not realizing I could have built a zip line to help the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
I
I
mean, they tell you when you unlock it. I'm surprised.
I must have not have been paying attention.
Yeah, so like it's weird because some things you can't get unless you do something specific. For example,
Mm,
um like the zip lines, you unlock them like any other structure, you unlock them like the watchtowers, which are really helpful. I never really used the watchtowers until after, I beat the game.
uh-huh.
I never really used them. I was looking for memory chips so I would use them, and they find cargo or items for you out in the field, like in their range. So that's the only time I was ever really using them, which was pretty much like last night. And you get the timefall shelters, which are really a godsend as well.
Oh
Fuck
yes.
yeah, they're so helpful. They're so helpful, and I really like how you can customize your structures to have music and such, and whatever song from the game. You know, you
Oh
can.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I never did that myself, but I noticed that with like other structures that were built by other people, which I also kind of thought that was really cool that you could like see the stuff that like other players had built and actually interact with it and use it.
Yeah, we'll segue into the communal aspect in a bit because it's important. But
Yeah.
if you level up your structures to a level 2, it'll pick out a random song and start playing it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so close, like more so towards after I beat the game, I started to pretty much upgrade zip lines because I was zipping around trying to just do missions, and I was also just trying to get these interviews, these post game interviews that keep on telling you about what happened to some of the characters and
Yeah.
some other ones as well, and the memory chips. So I was, and I, and then you can also repair structures, which is pretty nice. Which is pretty
Yeah.
nice. You can repair the watchtowers, the timefall shelters, the roads. The roads could be sometimes a pain in the ass too, but uh, the vehicles you could repair in the garage, which is really awesome.
Yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah, and you can also build safe houses, which was really cool. You can just build it out in wherever you could that's connected to the chiral network, because if you're not connected, then you can't build
You ain't gonna
anything,
build shit.
and you're not gonna find anyone's structures when you're playing online. Because technically, if you're having the game have an internet connection, then you can see everyone's other structures or that can help
Right.
you out and shit. And if you're not, then you won't see that, and it makes it harder. So the you can put a garage in there. I mean, it already has a garage. You could customize it with music and all the structures. You could put holograms in it, and you could unlock so many holograms, which was cool. You could just have a private room in there, and the safe houses, you can actually customize your private rooms to different colors. I did not know that until much later in the game, which was really cool. You can do that.
I don't
And
even think I knew that at all.
yeah, so like one time I got to a safe house and the color of it was like dark blue or whatever inside.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's pretty that's pretty badass.
I think
That
that was one of my favorite one of my favorite things that you could like build is a safe house because I remember coming across someone else's safe house for the
mhm.
first time wondering like what just thinking like how did they do this, but then just thinking like this is like one of the greatest things that they could have given us in the game because my BB is like dead, crying his ass off, like I'm weak as hell. I was thinking like I got to get to the nearest safe house in a city, and then boom, here's a safe house that someone else created, and it was like the greatest gift on earth at the time.
Yeah. It it was really a great feature in the game, like a great structure you can build in the game. I'll definitely say that. And of course you can upgrade it as well. And I think the more you upgrade structures, the more resistant to timefall they are. And it takes a while for them to actually like degrade unless you're in an area with constant timefall and snow.
Yeah,
So that was pretty cool. The things that you can't build through traditional means are, let's say, if at a certain point, if you're delivering stuff to certain people, you get like high density resin, high density metals, high density special alloys. Certain people will give you like high capacity blood bags, so they'll have much more blood bags. That one in particular is the doctor in the final portion of the
Mm.
region in the game, not including the actual final one that you're actually allowed to get to, Edgenaut. So the Cairo artist will give you Cairo boots made out of chiralium, so they look like fucking golden Tims, pretty
Yeah.
much. Those shit, those shits are so fucking hilarious. I'm like, yo, man, I got these Tims though. Let's
I
go.
never thought of it that way.
Fucking get golden Tims and they last you way longer.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, they look really cool, so that's pretty badass. You get also like custom hematic grenades from the not the engineer but from the craftsman. Um, so like they're more powerful, but I think they use more blood. I think so. You got to
I
be careful.
believe. Uh-huh.
Which was another cool aspect about the game. Like, hey, you can use these things, but the thing is, you can't use them too much because you're gonna become anemic. You
Yeah,
know
because it's
that.
dependent on your fluids, basically.
Yeah, and also there's other things like, let's say, what other stuff could you get? I'm really trying to remember, but right now I can't think to the top of my head. But then of course you can put signs everywhere to warn people or tell people, like, pretty much tell people what area you're in, what's there, and things of that nature. There's also post boxes that you can put to help to just
Uh-huh.
give people stuff, or to get cargo to use for yourself, or maybe to deliver stuff for people. That's all great. And then of course finally you get the guns.
Yes.
Jesus,
Like,
man. I'm not going to lie though, I barely use them because um well, mostly you start using them much later in the game, but then you
yeah.
really start to want to use them later. But I still would try to not go up against enemies. And then once you got upgrades to, like, let's say your Ultra deck, which allowed you to put up like a rock hologram to be able to hide, which is also a cool thing. You could also use the Ultra deck's upgrades to hack the scanners at enemy camps so they wouldn't be able to scan you. They would
Yeah.
they would be able to they would be able to help in shocking enemies, I think, and even vehicles like their trucks or whatever. So that was pretty cool. And then of course you get the weapons, and the gunplay actually is very good.
It
And
was.
it's very good. It feels satisfying. The sound design for the bullets and everything all sound so satisfying. Like, it just sounds good to just shoot these things.
It was really nice, but you're right. Like even when I had them, I just kept in mind like, okay, I have these orders I have to deliver. I have a baby here that like the moment he gets under stress, like it's no good. Like it just really made me want to try to avoid combat as much as possible, even if I had these weapons, which did come in, in handy when you inevitably go against the BTs.
Yeah. So I didn't actually realize you could throw hematic grenades at BTs when you get into their territory. I thought you just have to go past them and try not to
It's
get
just,
caught.
it's just good luck.
Yeah, good luck. I thought that's what it was. But then I saw a friend who started playing the game, Jesse,
Ah,
who started playing the game later, and I watched him do that, and I was like, "You can do that?" And I was like, "Wow."
hmm
Very surprising, actually. And then of course you have the constant upgrades to weapons. So
oh yeah.
especially the one at the very end, if you do the pizza delivery, yes, you can do fucking pizza deliveries in this game too. Holy shit, I could not believe you.
I know.
I could not believe those are actually missions. They're like trolling, literally. We'll get to that.
Uh-huh.
But but you get, like, the first weapons are like, they're assault weapons. You don't want to use those
No,
because of course if you kill bodies in the game, if you kill people in the game, they cause a void out, which it's not
it's no
good.
good.
Yeah,
No.
it's no good. And then in the second part of the map, the incinerator is so fucking far, and you don't even really discover that section of the map until like chapter 5. And chapter 3 is long as hell. So but you don't really even have weapons to really kill people at that point. So, yeah. And then of course you get the upgrades that are non-lethal. You get the non-lethal variants, which were awesome.
Uh-huh.
They have the non-lethal variants, and then they also have blood bullets. I didn't know this, but if you shoot somebody with a blood bullet, they'll still kill them. I could not believe that. That actually does happen. Because I didn't have any, I didn't have a tranquilizer, or rather just non-lethal weapon. And I'm like, oh damn, but I have the chiralium bullets and the blood one, so I shot them in the head, and then and then Die Hardman is like, well, it looks like you got a body on your hands. I'm like, and I was like, oh fuck this. I reloaded the fucking game so that I didn't have to deal with that shit. I'm like, no, we're not doing this.
No, we're not about to start with this now.
Yeah. Oh, but the Ultra Deck upgrade also would allow you to scan and negate enemy pings, like if you timed it right. So that was also pretty cool. So that definitely allowed you to sneak into enemy camps more. And boy, was that so satisfying, like just stealthing in there. That was satisfying. Of course, the non-lethal weapons, you get the riot shotgun, non-lethal assault rifle. I don't think you ever got a non-lethal handgun, but I know you eventually get the hematic grenade additions, which is like they throw hematic grenades, and they also have chiralium bullets, which is even stronger against BTs, and that's pretty badass. That's pretty badass. I was like, wow, I was really shocked when you get that upgrade. But you have to do specific missions, the pizza missions, to get those upgrades. So yes, the pizza missions are worth it.
They really were.
They really were. But we'll get to that later. And I think that's it for the weapons, right? I think no, and you also get damn, they give you so much. We're going through a lot of fucking like weapons in this game that, not all of them are lethal, but still. You get the chiralium blade. That's what I'm calling it anyway. The chiralium handcuff or whatever, the upgrade to your your handcuff or your cufflinks, to be able to cut the umbilical cords of the BTs and to pretty much like help them go to the other side, or to pass on. So that was
I love that thing so much once we actually got to have it.
Yes, it was real. It was a really good addition to the gameplay, definitely. And it's awesome because once you cut their umbilical cord, the chiral crystals immediately spawn right there, so you get even more.
Yeah.
And so all the weapons are pretty cool. And if you do this I don't think you got this because you had the PS4 version, but the PC version and then the director's cut, which got those PC missions, they got Cyberpunk 2077 and Half-Life missions. So so if you do those, you'll get certain things. Like, for example, if you do the Cyberpunk missions, you'll get like these facial like designs that you can add on, which helps Sam become more charismatic. So more than likely, it helps with getting stars faster. The best way to generally get stars is, of course, to make deliveries and to read the emails immediately after they send them to you. That actually does help, because it becomes a bitch, especially with the first prepper. That guy was like so hard. The veteran prepper to an extent. So, damn, I lost my train of thought. On this one. The emails and the what the fuck was I saying? What the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, the Cyberpunk missions. So they help you to get 5 stars faster and build better connections with the preppers throughout the map of Death Stranding. You also get things like the Yaiba Kusanagi motorbike in the game from Cyberpunk, the red bike. You get
Oh,
that?
that's awesome.
Yeah, you get that shit. And I think like certain upgrades that I've already mentioned, you get them from doing those missions, like being able to use a hologram, I think, to hide yourself, but probably not. I can't remember off the top of my head. Then you get something called the in the cyber the not the cyberpunk ones, but the Half-Life ones, you get the head sucker or whatever the fuck that shit is called from Half-Life, and you put it on as a cap. You can put it on as a cap, but it's a living thing actually sucking your blood on your
Oh, yeah,
head.
yeah.
Yeah, so it helps with getting your stamina up, but at the cost of having your
Oh,
blood drop. Pretty much.
damn.
And it literally looks like a creature is on your fucking head. That shit is hilarious.
Oh,
Doing
did
one
you?
of huh?
I was just gonna say, did you ever get that sea otter hat thing
Yes,
in
from
the game
Conan.
from Conan?
Fucking Conan, dude. Wow, Conan O'Brien in the game, man. Dude, I remember when he had Kojima on the show and they made that little skit. Oh, it was hilarious.
I saw that for the first time like yesterday, actually, when I was like going through Death Stranding videos to replenish myself with the game, and I realized like he was in the studio, and then I remembered, oh yeah, this fucker was in the game. Like you make the delivery, and then he shows up. I'm like, is that Conan O'Brien?
Dude,
What
that
the
shit.
hell?
That was hilarious, man. That was hilarious. He's trying to make jokes to you and Sam doesn't laugh, and then eventually Conan gets mad as fuck.
Yeah, he's like, wow, tough crowd.
Yeah, like eventually, like, you know what? Just forget it. Just go. Just
Yeah,
go. He
just
gets
go.
so mad. He gets so mad. Then
Oh,
we
that was funny.
the cameos are so good in the game. Like you have Jordan Boyd Roberts who did Kong Skull Island and is supposed to do the Gundam and Metal Gear movie. The film
Oh,
director,
nice.
the film
Yeah,
director, that guy. We also have who else do we have that's kind of a cameo? Well, they're not cameos, but the main actors: Norman Reedus, Mads Mikkelsen, Leia Seydoux. Uh, those are the main three that I actually did know. And then we have the other people like,
the girl that
uh,
plays Mama.
yeah, Mama. She's great. She did such a great job. Mads Mikkelsen did a fantastic, amazing job in that shit.
Oh, he did so good.
Yeah, Norman Reedus did a great job, especially the closer you get to the end. Like his work was so good, and so was Amelie's. But we'll get to that performance
Yeah,
later in the story. But
yeah.
I didn't realize like that she was actually an old lady now in real life. Like she actually was. They actually de-aged her for that role. You know. So
I'm what's her name? What was
Amelie,
her? Ah, okay.
yeah, Amelie, and then of course Guillermo del Toro. I mean,
Oh yeah.
yeah, that shit was awesome. And then we have Nicholas Winding Refn who played Hartman. That was great too. But technically, they mostly all did like their mocap and with different voice actors, except Mads
Basically,
and Norman. They actually did their voices, and I think probably Mama too.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Conan voiced himself or Jordan Voight Roberts. I don't think so. Oh, and the Timefall farmer, the dude is Adam Jensen's voice actor from Deus Ex: Human Revolution and Mankind Divided.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I started like more he spoke, the more it sounded like him. So that was pretty cool. Then we have also who else do we have? We have the actor for Die Hardman did such a good job, especially towards the end of the game, like pretty much at the end of the game
When they
for
actually showed his face.
when they showed his face and everything, like all of that stuff. He did
Yeah.
such a great acting. Like, and that character is amazing. But I mean, what else? Oh yeah, the enemy types. There's not actually much enemy types in the game, but I don't think it
No.
matters because you're not always
Mm-mm.
constantly facing them.
No.
You know,
I mean, it's what the BTs, and that's about it.
yeah, we have the mules and we have the
Oh, the
bosses
mules,
and
duh.
everything. But the thing is, all the designs for for the enemy types are all very good. Even the main characters, they all have like really great designs. Some of them weird, that classic Kojima
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I love Higgs's mask,
Oh yeah,
like that
him,
gold
his
mask thing.
his whole outfit is like really really good. Like I
I
love his
know.
design. I love his
I,
design.
I was like, can I play as you instead? Because you look pretty badass. Norman Reedus's like man bun. I wasn't feeling it at all.
Man, I saw the man bun and I'm like, okay, Kojima, I know this is supposed to be a Metal Gear Solid 5 thing.
Come on, man.
He even did like I don't know if you saw, but there's actually like a Death Stranding image of Sam on his side, looking the exact same direction as Big Bosses in the Phantom Pain box art. Like he's to the side as if it was a mugshot, except it's more of like from the top, from his head all the way to the torso, and
Oh
no
yeah,
shirt
yeah.
on. Yeah, and I knew the man bun is supposed to be like a callback to Metal Gear Solid 5
Probably.
because of Big Boss's hair. Before we keep going with the enemy stuff, I mechanically it does feel like Phantom Pain.
It felt a lot like it.
It felt
I
a
re-
lot.
I, I recognized it from the start.
Yeah, like the movement is very similar. Not everything is an exact 1-to-1, but it's like I would say maybe 75 to 80% of the movement and mechanics are derived from that game. And
Yeah.
I don't blame him considering those games gameplay wise are perfect.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. It was just something that I like immediately noticed. Like this
Yeah.
feels a lot like Phantom Pain slash Ground
Mhm.
Zeroes.
Mhm. I mean, you don't have some of the things that you can do in that game, but it doesn't matter because that game is more of a it's tactical espionage action slash operations. This game, you're a guy that's delivering shit. So it makes sense.
Yeah,
It makes sense for you not to be on the ground proning. It makes sense for you not to fucking dive. It makes sense for you not to roll.
not to have all that extra shit.
Yeah, not to have all that extra shit. I mean, you can roll in the game if you don't have any cargo and you just like are dropping down, like you're climbing down or whatever, and maybe he'll roll. But that's only if you don't have cargo. He'll do that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So the movement felt very similar. Some the gameplay, the gunplay didn't exactly feel the same because the like it's over the shoulder, but the angle or the way Sam aims compared to Big Boss and MGS5 is just a tad different, but not too much. But overall, it does feel like it. Everything like generally speaking, that's how it feels.
Yeah,
The graphics are similar, though the graphics are very similar, even though it's not the same engine. But the graphics, even on PS4, it was like, oh my god, the graphics are incredible.
yeah, they still look good.
They still looking like really really good. Even on PC, like I'm playing it at 2K, with pretty much everything ultra
Mm,
except maybe one or two things, or I just turn off some things that I don't really find necessary. And I mean, it's a beautiful game, especially the like when it changes sceneries. Like close to the end of the game, or the Aurora.
uh
Remember
huh.
that? Oh my!
Yeah.
I was like, whoa, what is this? It was so beautiful, so beautiful. Um, and it's funny because I'm not really gonna get into the story much, but when you had to get back to Lake Knot City after that whole situation.
At the end.
Yeah, close to the end when you had to go back to Lake Knot,
Yeah.
I did the final pizza delivery in the midst of that. And you see that fucking vortex. And I was like, yo, this is the most epic pizza delivery of all
Of all.
time. I saw that shit from a distance, and of course it's getting closer. And I'm like, oh my god, like, whoa.
Wow.
This shit is going crazy. And I was like, oh my god, this is the most epic pizza delivery ever. And there
Ever.
was constant time fall. Constant time fall. But regardless, the graphics are beautiful, the scenery is beautiful. I think the whole map, like the entire thing feels and looks amazing. The
It
atmosphere is
was
great.
for sure.
Hmm. Um, how do you think? What do you think about the? What do you think about the actual look of America? Because it doesn't look like America.
It looks like it looks like half of America, or like it looks significantly smaller. Like I remember thinking like this is supposed to be all of North America, and I'm thinking where's the rest of it?
Well, it's not North America. It's just supposed to be the United States.
Well, yeah, but it's like I don't know. It just felt like freakishly small to me.
Yeah, that is true. I think in a way it's like he could only probably do so much, also because America's a big fucking country.
Yeah.
And of course, you don't go to every area in the entire country. You're mostly just going out west when, several state areas that we know of. So it's like he could only do so much. But I do agree. It's like, damn, this is supposed to be the whole country, but it kind of feels a little smaller, you know?
I'm assuming it's like this is all of America that's left of after the Death Stranding. That's kind of how I took it. Like this is all of surviving America, I guess, and then everything else is just nothing,
Yeah, and like there's no more people pretty much.
basically.
Yeah, and I knew it didn't look like it the moment I started playing. I was like, this looks like Greenland or Iceland or some shit.
Uh-huh.
Which is actually true because he actually did go over there for inspiration. I think he went to Iceland, I think. And I think Iceland is where he discovered Low Roar. Like he discovered them over there. He heard the music over there.
Mm,
There's a
gotcha.
lot of Low Roar music in that fucking game. There's a lot. It's not even when the music plays throughout the game. It's like when you unlock music, the bulk of the music that you unlock is Low Roar. Not that I'm complaining. They made, he got me onto them. I don't listen to them much outside of the game, but they make great music.
Oh, while you're playing, for sure.
Oh yeah, the moments Kojima just it's like he knows when to add the music. He just
Yeah.
like the moments in that game when the music placement starts, it just hits you just right.
Although at first I thought like when I first heard the music, it's like, oh wait, okay, what's happening? What do I have to do? Like what's about to happen? And then the music finishes and you're still walking and it's like, what like was a cutscene gonna happen? Was I getting somewhere? Like what it I didn't realize that it kind of just played just to play until after.
Yeah, it's like the song is kind of like setting the tone of what's happening at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and then you notice it more the more you play. So like for instance, when you finally get to Port Knot City back in like chapter 2, like you go through that whole BT area before you get to Port Knot, and then and then Asylum for the Feeling starts playing by Silent Poets, and it's like
Mhm.
holy shit, like I went through all that. Finally, I'm at Port Knot because you're supposed to get to Port Knot to be able to take the boat or whatever.
Yeah.
And like I was listening to the song on YouTube and I was looking at the comments and they were like, "Yo, man, it just felt so good after all the shit that I had to go through to just get here."
Uh-huh. It
And it,
it kind of like helps sets the mood in a way, I guess.
yeah, it really does. It's like finally, or like it just feels like a grand moment throughout your journey. Every time the music plays, it feels like a grand journey. Like you look back and just what you've just gone through.
Which is a lot.
Which is a lot. Like right now, I have like maybe 139 hours in the game, but I beat it with like 120 maybe or 115. And I'm not gonna lie, the only other game that I put that much hours into it and I didn't have to take a break was Phantom Pain. Because compared to Assassin's Creed Origins, which I took like a year or 2 year break from, oh my god, it's the experience is completely different.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you have a game where like you put that much hours into it, but it felt exhausting. Besides this one, because I know you said
Besides,
this one like was very, you know, exhausting because of the shit that you had to do.
yeah, especially since I didn't know about the zip lines. But anyway, um, oh, I don't even know. I mean, Fallout 4, Skyrim, Fallout 3. Those are
Mm-hmm.
the only ones that I can like. Other than Phantom Pain, because that one definitely took like I spent a lot of time in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I guess I would say those probably took up like a large chunk of time for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think the difference between games like Assassin's Creed Origins, which don't get me wrong, I think Assassin's Creed Origins was, I haven't beat Odyssey yet, which I'm having the same issue with Odyssey as I had with Origins. It's not that it's a bad game, but fuck is it tedious.
Ah,
And it's not like Death Stranding isn't, but it's not that it's tedious, it's just that it's just difficult. It's just difficult. But everything you're doing actually feels like it matters.
yeah,
That's the difference between Death Stranding and so much of these open world games, because Death Stranding technically is an open world game with like different maps, except it's not a seamless map, you know?
yeah,
But you can fast travel to all the maps. It's similar to ground not ground zero, but more so Phantom Pain, as in there's two big maps and you can fast travel between them. Well, not exactly, unless you're like at Mother Base or something, right?
yeah. You could
But in
fast travel, but in certain like moments.
mm-hmm. And in Death Stranding, you can, as long as you're in a private room and you can
Yeah,
use Fragile's quote unquote umbrella.
yeah,
So all the missions, even though you never really see the cargo, you at least generally you know what's in them. But I mean it's not like you're supposed to open them or whatever. But even
right.
though you never really see the cargo, it always feels like you're doing it for a higher reason, an important reason.
Yeah,
Even
no,
keep going, keep going.
no matter how ridiculous the item may be,
Yeah, like the pizza.
like the pizza.
I wasn't even mad, but I was mad at the third one because you couldn't you had to carry it by hand. You couldn't even put it on your back.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I was like, "Are you fucking serious, dude?"
It's like you spend a good amount of time joking about how, haha, I'm a pizza delivery guy in this game, and then they actually make you deliver a pizza.
Yeah. It's fine on the other missions with the pizza, because as long as it's flat on your back, as in like horizontal, not vertical, you're good. Even when you use zip lines, the pizza won't get messed up. It's
Right.
fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And you can also put it in the bed of the truck and have it be flat, and it'll be fine. Uh, but yeah, everything you do in that game is for a reason, even if you're not gonna unlock anything, which is essentially what the main game is about, to connect everybody.
Yeah.
And it's not even for them to connect with each other; it's for you to connect with them too, because you're part of the new country that you're trying to build.
To put together.
Yeah, to put together, and that also is integrated with the gameplay, with the communal aspect, which I think is awesome. I think it's so awesome, and it's so like, I want to help people. Like, I want to help them out. I want to
Yeah.
help the in-game characters, but I also want to help out the people that are out in the world. You know, and it didn't hit me like, I remember playing the game like earlier in chapter 3, and I would see like people walking around, and I would think they were like maybe sometimes mules, but they weren't. They were porters just like you.
Yeah.
So then the game felt even more alive, because you see porters throughout the game delivering shit. You'll see them running from Timefall and maybe taking shelter inside the distribution centers or the way stations or the Timefall shelters. They'll sometimes give you likes, you give them likes. Sometimes they'll give you their cargo to go deliver it for them, you
Yeah.
know?
Like it felt real in a way.
Yeah, it really did. And sometimes they'll even give you likes for using your
Your ladder,
structures.
yeah, your
Yeah.
structure, a ladder, rope that you may leave behind.
Mhm.
I love that. And if I know it might be super unprofessional, but I really don't want to piss my pants, give me like just 2 seconds.
All right, that's fine.
I'll be right back.
All right, cool.
All right, I'm good.
All right, cool. Damn, is your restroom like right there?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I have a bathroom in my room.
Oh shit, lucky. No, but yeah, so I never really saw that porters could give you likes for using your structures except for the people that are actually playing the game online. But then as I kept playing it, I would notice like, oh, Porter gave you one like for your zip line or whatever.
Yeah,
And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like it'll tell you in blue. Even BB can give you likes. You know? Even BB gives you likes. So you're not only even
oh
connecting,
yeah, that's right.
yeah, like you're not even connecting just with the people like the NPCs and the like the preppers. You can also get stars for BB, like get your connection up with BB to 5 stars, with Fragile with 5 stars, even I think a Dead Man potentially 5 stars, I think.
I think,
I
yeah, Dead Man can give you likes if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so they'll give you I think likes based on, like, let's say memory chips. If you get memory chips, somebody will come out saying, "Oh, I was looking for this." It'll usually be Fragile, Die Hardman, Dead
Yeah,
Man, or Hartman. Like either one of those four, they'll be like, "Oh, thank you. Thank you for this," or whatever. They'll give you likes, and the connection will go up. So, and it's also cool because the higher you get the stars, the more bandwidth you have in the network, which allows you to build more structures. It'll allow you to build more structures because if the bandwidth is low, I mean, there's a limit anyway, but then you're not going to really be able to build anything if
yeah,
you're
and
not.
it's just gonna make the gameplay harder for you.
Yeah. So you're not even incentivized from a gameplay perspective. Like it just emotionally, I get invested and I'm like, oh, and it's like I want to connect everybody, and I
Yeah,
want I want to do these things. Though in story, Sam doesn't connect at the same time as you. Like you could be playing for tens of hours, and in game, technically in the story, Sam is not even there emotionally the way you are. It takes him way longer in the story for him to get as invested as you are.
yeah, like you may want to do this for like you may want to build structures and like help everybody out, do all of these deliveries, but Sam in the game in the story, he's like in just an I don't give a shit mood.
Yeah, pretty much. Or like he feels like he's forced to do it, and it isn't.
Yeah,
It isn't until like maybe later into like after halfway into the game where he starts to kind of
to kind of give a
slow,
shit.
yeah, slowly but surely getting there. He starts to get there, and mostly he's doing things to pretty much just do them because that's what he's tasked to do. It's
Pretty
like, well,
much.
well, I'm in this shit. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna do it. Whatever. That's how usually it is. Kind of got thrown in there, and now he's just doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's a beautiful aspect of the game because the entire game is pretty much Kojima just trying to tell you that like we like if we don't come together, I mean it's not the most revolutionary thing to say, but it's the way he says it.
Yeah.
It's the way he says it that or conveys it in the game that makes it way better than just saying, "Oh, come on, let's just why do we gotta fight? Let's just sing together, kumbaya." And like it's not like that. It doesn't feel like that.
Right.
Especially because when you do missions, you get interviews, and the interviews, of course, help you get a sense of the knowledge that the characters have. It gives you more information about the world and the things that maybe aren't explained in the cutscenes. They're pretty much just text cutscenes, similar to Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah, with their tapes.
Yeah. Um, and then they have the emails. Like people will send you emails after you do missions for them,
Uh, I
and they'll help.
forgot all about the emails. Actually, I didn't even realize like that was a thing at the beginning until I
Oh.
actually went to that part in the start menu or in the middle menu and then realized like holy shit, I've been avoiding all these emails. What is this?
Yeah. So I mean, they're great because they'll tell you like important stuff, or they'll give you hints or tips. They'll talk about themselves. They'll talk about the world, and which is, but usually that one will be, the emails will be mostly about like from a more personal perspective, which I think is great, and it also shows that not everybody is on board. You know, they
Right.
have their doubts and they have certain reasons why they have their doubts. It's kind of funny because Trump is actually canon to Death Stranding. He's canon to Death Stranding. That one email was like, "Yeah, we had a president that wanted to build a wall and shit." Like, I was like, "Oh my god."
Like they actually did it.
Yeah, it was like they actually did it, and it was great that it wasn't just a straightforward, "Yeah, let's all just come together," and this, like, no, like all the characters are,
Yeah,
they all have their nuances, even the ones that don't really have straight up models. They're mostly just in the holograms when you deliver them stuff.
yeah,
But they all feel like living characters, living breathable like that. That's not the right term, but they, yeah, living characters. They feel three-dimensional on all the emails that they give you.
right.
And
Like
hmm
there's uh, how do I put it? Like there's emotional depth in these characters.
yeah, they're not cardboard cutouts of whatever.
Right.
They're not just asking you to go get this and go get that. Like, they have their own personalities, they have their own aspirations, their desires, their backstories, and everything. Like, it's great. I mean, this game did have more cutscenes than MGS5, which was great. But I didn't feel like the text or the emails like threw it off, because there was plentiful, especially towards the end. Like, wow.
Oh yeah.
So I just think it's probably the most important game I've played since MGS. I want to say maybe four or two, just in terms of how it relates to real world stuff. That's how it feels. Like, I'm not seeing any other game that's doing what Death Stranding it did or is still doing. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think Death Stranding may be the only one since probably since Metal Gear 2.
Mm-hmm. Like, I
Because
like. No, keep going, keep going.
yeah, no, because nothing comes to mind, at least in terms of like the world today.
Mm-hmm.
Death Stranding is probably the only one since the early 2000s when Metal Gear came out. Metal Gear Solid 2.
Mm-hmm. Like, Metal Gear Solid 4 and 5 definitely had things to say, especially about the real
Yeah,
world. I mean, we have the war economy. Mostly the theme between 4 and 5 is, in fact, the war economy,
right.
and how prevalent that shit is in real world politics and geopolitics and all that other shit. Um, but I think from a more personal, more direct, more in your face, I would say Death Stranding, because we
Definitely.
because the game is about a fractured America, literally and figuratively. You know,
Right.
something happened, and of course everybody is disconnected from the world, and you need to bring them all together, and some people don't, and then the more they speak and the more you read what they have to say, like, they start to come around to it, and that's great. And then it's like, and the Cairo network is just crazy because it uses the beach, and we'll get to that spiritual section later. But it's pretty much a way better version of our internet.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's as simple as it can be described. And and of course we use that via the gameplay, the internet. We can create these things to help each other, and you want to
Right.
help them. It's not. And then of course he adds in another layer to that, which is the like system. That's so ingenious. It's so genius how he does it, because he then adds in that social media commentary into it, or the social media aspect, because technically in a way it is kind of like a social media aspect to the game. You
Basically.
you do things and you get likes, right?
Right.
And
Or
you level up. You level up the more likes you have, which is a key into the way how people feel about certain things on social media. Like you see somebody with a ton of fucking likes, you're like, oh shit, this guy is like, you know,
yeah, like this guy is somebody.
yeah, he's somebody. I should go listen to him, or like who the fuck is this guy? Or like he's more up top, so to speak, than somebody that you see only get like 2 shares or 1 like or
Right.
whatever. Like, who is this person? This guy has a bunch of likes. This guy is this and this guy is that. Like, it's the same type of deal. And
That's a good
then,
way to yeah, I never saw that before. Or I
mm-hmm,
never put that connection.
yeah, and then it gets you the way it would in social media in real life, because you put things, you don't get likes, and you're like, and then you see other people with likes, and it's like, yo, what the fuck? So then it adds in that real life aspect, the way it happens in real life. It's like, why is he getting
Right.
likes, especially for shit that doesn't even make fucking sense, and I'm over here putting this shit that actually does help. You
Yeah,
know, sometimes that shit happens and it catches you, even if you don't want to feel like that, but it gets you to
it
start feel.
does.
Starts getting you to feel like that. But then, of course, it's like, oh, okay. And then I kind of don't want to feel like that. And it's like, you know what? I just want the likes to level up in the game, because the more you level up in the game, the more cargo you can carry, the more stabilization you can get, so you don't fall too easily, and things of that nature. So that'll help.
Yeah.
But that leveling up system with likes is still there, even if you don't feel like that anymore. You know?
Right.
So that was pretty damn cool. And it also ties into like the way you feel when you get a like, that rush. Just like in real life, you see a like or a share or whatever, you get that fucking rush. And they even touch up upon that like in the game when it comes to like delivering cargo and how mules come about. They get addicted to that sensation and they start losing themselves in that sensation, so they start stealing shit, you know?
Yeah, like I remember like mostly like when I first like jumped into the game um daily, and I'd get the notification coming out of like my safe room that like, oh, this person gave you a like, this person used your thing. Like you get those notifications from like either other delivery men, whatever whatever they're called again, I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
um I don't know, it just gives you like that satisfying happy feeling that you get
Mm-hmm.
in the real world as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. It's in two ways. You know somebody's using your stuff, because generally speaking, if somebody likes your stuff, then you know that they're actually using it and they appreciate it. And then of
Yeah.
course it's the fact that you see likes, like, oh my god, I got some likes. So it works in those two aspects.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, and sometimes you'll get likes for doing things, or not even really doing anything. Like like even people won't give you likes, but you'll get them because they're using something that you built, like the roads. Mainly it's
Right.
just the roads. If you rebuilt a road or you built a road, you'll get likes automatically if people are using it. Like, you'll just get them. Those, they're usually highlighted in green. But the blue ones are kind of like the ones that are like, oh, they're legitimately manually themselves giving me those
Yeah.
likes. And that's when you know, like, oh man, I really helped them out. That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
you know and I give them, like, it's not like I don't give people likes. I'm trying to show them, like, hey, thank you, like. And
Yeah.
they give you fucking likes and emails too. Like, you read the emails, all the fucking likes that they put in, that's part of the like system too. Like, you'll get likes off of that. um You
Yeah,
get
I always made sure I sorry, but I always made sure I like would give a like, especially like if I'm struggling and then I happen to see like somebody left a ladder or a piece of rope and I'm just like, "Oh, thank you. Thank you
yeah.
so much. You have no idea how much this is helping me right now."
I know exactly. That's the beauty of it. And then I'm not even gonna lie. I used it to my advantage when I didn't want to build the roads to Mountain Knot because they use so much material.
Yes.
Yeah, they did. And the further you get into the game and the more places you put on the Cairo network, some stuff like even roads are built, right?
Right.
So the further I got into the game and the more people I put on the network, some of the roads were already built and I didn't have to do anything. And even if they weren't, I didn't have to put all the material in there because people were already adding material.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what I was doing. And then I never really bothered to build them anyway, but the roads that I built, I would, you know, rebuild them as in repair them with chiral crystals and such. And then of course it helps others because they may want to use my roads and it's like, whoa, I can't have that shit crumbling, even if I
Yeah.
especially if I want to use it. So that whole aspect of just connecting is just great. And Kojima talked about it before the game even came out. He would say like things like it's funny because he said that Uncharted fans would like the game, which they're not really similar.
Not at all.
They're not really similar except maybe climbing here and there, and even then it's like that's it. He was talking about the stick and rope, how first came the stick and then came the rope, and how he uses those as metaphors for how you approach the game and how you have to play the
Hmm.
game. So the rope is supposed to signify the connections you make in the game as well as the way you handle, like, let's say, combat. Or you can see it in the names of the cities. Capital Knot City, what Capital Knot City, Middle
Right.
Knot City, South Knot City.
Yeah.
The motif is the rope, you know? Uh and just the connection motif is there too. Bridges. You're the bridge
Oh
to this.
wow.
Bridges. Sam Porter.
Porter Bridges.
Yeah, Porter Bridges. So there's two right there already, right? And the knot is, of course, a knot that you put on a rope. It's like a singular point of connection, like more concentrated, obviously,
Yeah.
where you tie it together. You're tying it right there. That's the knot. And then what else? I mean, it's heavily prevalent in the game to the point where like somebody could potentially see it as very heavy-handed, and I would not blame them. You know,
Right.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
blame them because they talk about it constantly in the game. But it's kind of like it feels like it needs to be said that way because you can only tell someone something so many times in a laid back way and they don't get it. They're not getting it and they're not understanding it and they're not wanting to do it. So in a way I feel like it's kind of necessary and I hope people pick that up and maybe it actually helps them because I mean it's not just a game. I don't feel it's just a game. It's like Metal Gear Solid 2 or whatever. They're not just games. Like he's not just trying to entertain you. He's trying to tell you something,
No. Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Uh, like I don't know about you, but I personally after like once I beat the game, like I felt compelled to do more things for people, not just in game, but like outside the game. I felt like I gained back something that I felt I was losing, and then I gained even more. That's how I felt. I don't know about you.
I'd have to think about that because I don't think I know I didn't have like the direct thought of like I want to help people as a
Mhm.
result of playing this game. Like, sure, I always kind of have that thought, like if I can help someone, I will,
Mhm.
but like under certain circumstances.
Mhm.
Um, but I myself, I don't know if I actually had like any motivation like to actually go out and help people as a result of Death Stranding.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I could definitely see how that could happen with you or with anybody else that might have played the game.
Mm-hmm. Like, how do you say? I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna go out and solve world hunger or anything,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you know, but
Or that you're going to deliver a pizza up a mountain.
yeah, yeah, I know, right? But it was just reminding me how valuable connections are,
Yeah,
and it's not like I didn't know, but and this is when the spiritual aspect kicks in, because you even see it in the like umbilical cords, another
right.
connection motif right there, the umbilical cord. You see it in the name Death Stranding. Sam
That one too.
Sam Strand. Even the name Strand. It's like right like cuz it's Bridget Strand. And that's his original name, Sam Strand.
Right.
But then he adopted the Sam Porter Bridges name. And there's also well, some of the characters have wacky names, but then you realize why, and it's like, oh shit, that why I didn't expect
Yeah.
that. Like Dead Man's name, like holy shit. Literally, Die Hard's name is John McClane. I was like, wow,
That's cool.
that shit was funny as fuck. I don't know. Did you
Yeah.
know that?
No.
Yeah, like if I mean, they say his name John, but if you keep playing the game after you beat it and you keep on unlocking stuff, you'll know more. Like you'll get interviews from him. You'll get interviews of like you'll find out what happened to Fragile, Deadman, Heartman, and you'll come to know like Die Harmon's full name. It's just fun. It's funny that's John McClane, literally just straight up Die Hard reference. You know, um, Deadman, of course, his backstory. The Fragile one isn't like the deepest, but it's great. It's still great. Heartman,
Yeah.
I mean, way more literal. It's a way more literal one.
Uh
Man, when I got to the Hartman thing, his chapter 8, I was like, dude, this is the most Kojima shit I have
huh.
ever fucking watched. His first
But
cutscene was hilarious, dude. Now, it's not hilarious. I'm like, this is dumb, but like internally, I was like, only Kojima could do some shit like this. Like, there's no one else could do
remind
that.
me what his cutscene was again.
You go and this dude isn't even fucking awake. Like
Oh yeah, he's dead.
he's technically dead, and then he comes back, and he induces cardiac arrest every 21 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's
And
right.
it's like, and I remember they reviewed that to his character trailer before the game came out, and that he's in he's on the beach for like 3 minutes in real world time, and it's like this happens over and over and over again. He does this constantly, and he's had like over 100,000 visits to the fucking beach, and it's like
It,
wow.
yeah, like at first thought is like, wow, that is hilariously ridiculous.
Yeah,
But then once you actually find out why he's doing it, like, just damn.
yeah. I don't think that's possible in real world, but
I
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure your heart would actually give out.
probably like,
Yeah, but he's special.
yeah, obviously.
He's special in Kojima terms. He's special.
Only Kojima could come up with something like that.
Exactly. It was so out there and wild. I was like, wow, like it kind of makes Metal Gear blush. Some of the
There
things
were,
in that game makes Metal Gear blush, but
yeah, a lot of it.
yeah. What were you gonna say?
No, but there was something like when you leave Hartman's room, what was it? It's like you can do something and then Hartman will give you a dislike for it. What is it? Change his
Oh,
music, I think.
I think yeah. So you don't do it. Sam does it on his own in the cutscene.
Oh,
So
that's right.
he leaves. He scratches the record like a DJ or
Oh,
whatever,
That's right. That's what it
and you
was.
get docked points or likes,
Yeah.
and I was like, wow.
I, I'm like totally worth it. Do it again.
You know, if you were when you were waiting for him to come back again, because you know he was doing it, and then you wait for him after he gets back into cardiac arrest, and you're looking throughout his room, you could zoom in on certain items, and you could see like photos or whatever. I don't know if
Yeah.
you knew that. Yeah,
Yeah, you can explore the entire room.
yeah, you can explore the room as you're sitting down, which was pretty cool. Uh,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say?
And I was just gonna say, I don't remember everything I saw in there. I just remember thinking like a lot of this was really cool. Like he had his like I think he had like 20-minute movies or something. Like he had a collection of movies
Mm-hmm.
that he could see. Um Ah man, I don't remember
He,
everything that was in there, but that was like probably one of my favorite parts in the game was just that entire little segment right there of interacting with Hartman and then just exploring his little office there.
so he has like a whole collection of movies and music and stuff, and apparently he has collections that are easily like experienced within a 21-minute time frame.
That's what it was. Yeah.
So he had like a collection of short films that could amount to like 21 minutes or something. Stuff like that. So that I thought was pretty cool. Uh, but let's get back to the whole connection thing because that's pretty much what the game is about.
Basically.
Yeah, so you see that in like of course the names. You see it in the names of the cities, Edge Knot City, you see it in the character name, Sam Strand, Sam Porter Bridges, Sam or just Bridges. Um the porters or whatever. And it's not that porters are a wrong term, but still it's like it just feeds into the whole motif. Feeds into the whole motif. And then of course the spirituality aspect where you see the umbilical cords. You see it in the logo of the name as well as when you go into an area where there's BTs, you see the strands in the sky, the black
Yeah.
ones. Yeah, you see that in the sky. So you know there's going to be shit in there. You know that whole motif is. And then there's even that part where uh you're cutting, like we mentioned before, you're cutting the umbilical cords of the
The BTs.
BTs that bind them, that pretty much keep them here in a way because they haven't let go of whatever thing they regret or some earthly thing that's keeping them here that's not letting their soul pass by. And then you cut that the umbilical cord, the spiritual umbilical cord anyway, and you allow them to pass. So I thought from a from a figurative standpoint, not literal like as in gameplay wise. Gameplay wise, that's cool because it
Yeah.
gets rid of them, and even the BTS will give you likes. Wink.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they'll give you likes. um. So that was, you know, but from another level of storytelling, I thought that's great because you're even helping them cross over and to find peace.
Yeah.
And those ties, the way the motif is, that technically is detrimental to their soul, those ties are actually okay to actually cut because then it allows them to pass by. And I like the aspect that you're the one that's actually kind of doing that. Um, I'm not saying that there's any like Christianity aspects to it, but if there was a Christian aspect to that,
That
oh Jesus,
probably
that's probably it.
that would have been the best one. It's definitely like the closest we can get to like a
Mm-hmm.
religious theme in the game.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's less religious than it is spiritual.
Spiritual. Yeah.
Yes, it's way more spiritual. Um, and I mean, it is a battle of souls. It technically is. I mean, you even have to fight in You even have to fight in technically in how do you even call it? Like the beach? I mean, it's called the beach, but like, what do you even call that? It's like your own personal spiritual
It's your
space.
own. It's like your own waiting room.
Yeah, it's like your own waiting room until you pass by to the other
So,
side,
yeah,
you know? And it's it's so hard to like describe it from normal terms because it's always described as the beach. But
yeah.
like everyone has their own. And then it got revealed that there's actually a higher level of beach, which was the
The,
extinction entity. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? Excuse
yeah,
me?
that that's when he started cranking up the plot.
Yeah, like once you get to chapter 4 with Mads, that's when it starts popping. And then you
Oh
get to
yeah.
chapter 8 and then it starts popping even more and it's like, "Yo." And then it just keeps going. Like it got to a point where like there was no more side things to do until you get to the end of the game. Like the story just kept on ramping up and ramping up
Basically.
and just when you think it couldn't get any fucking crazier, it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier and crazier. And it's like, oh my god, Kojima, my man. like it's so crazy. It's in like I just have to get this off my chest. The fucking whale boss at the end was wild. Dude, that boss was
Oh,
terrifying.
oh
I don't
my
know
god.
about you, dude, but I was like screaming.
I don't I don't think I was screaming, but I was definitely like just like what this what?
Exactly, dude. Like, you see that when you're trying to get to Edgenot. I thought that was pretty boss the way you had to actually cross over and you had to let
Yeah.
the BTs take over. And I was like, oh shit, rip. And then, of course, but then that the whale slash fish is like swimming, and it's like, oh my god, like I was terrified of those things. I was like, I'm not fighting these fucking things. I'm just crossing over, man. Fuck that.
I could
Not even
totally
gonna.
skip this, right?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not even gonna bother, dude. I'm just gonna keep on going. But those things were like jumping across me and swimming, and I was like, dude, I am so terrified right now. I need to keep going.
And all you have are piss grenades.
Oh yeah, the piss grenades and the shit grenades and the sweat grenades. I forgot about mentioning those. I forgot about mentioning those.
Yeah, like I remember like going like leading up to like the whale boss fight. I'm like looking at everything I have like am I really going to be able to do this? Like my boots are wearing out too. Like are you serious, dude, right now?
No, but before we keep on getting to the craziness that's the fucking story, like he even uses the motif of the strand. Like you even have a weapon, quote unquote, that's called the strand, and you use it, and it's made out of, it incorporates your blood too.
Yeah.
I forget why that's even a thing, but you use it to be able to, like, let's say take down enemies or whatever, or like parry them,
Right.
right? And that is, I think, like, I don't know how he came up with that, but that shit is genius because Metal Gear is anti-war as fuck, despite you participating in it. But you're participating in things that you don't want to participate or don't want to have to participate in.
Uh-huh.
The game is just the series itself is anti-war, always was, and it's heavily critical of it. And then you get to Death Stranding, and it's like it's more. It's not even anti-war. It's just straight up anti-violence. Like the game,
Yeah, I could see that.
like you get punished in Metal Gear for killing people, not just for them getting found out, but your score diminishes. In Death Stranding, like an explosion will literally happen if you don't incinerate this body, and the only
Oh,
reason and
yeah, the that's when
the void out.
The void out, that's what it's called.
Yeah, and the only reason it happens is because you had the audacity to actually kill somebody. It's like the game is punishing you for actually doing that. It's so critical of you taking that approach that it causes a crater in the earth and potentially will kill you and others because you took this life, and you have to go incinerate it, so it becomes even more tedious. Like, fuck that, I'm not about to go do that shit. You know, like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice layer of depth in the gameplay. Like, oh, you killed something. All right, well, now you have to go incinerate it, because if you don't, then it's gonna fucking BTs are gonna be crawling in that area and shit too, because they get attracted by that.
Yeah.
But it's like it's holding life in that game way more sacred, because in because it is it the game the game is trying to convey how important it is for people to actually be able to live and fight and survive against all odds, even if they're about to die. Because you're not supposed to make it out of this game. Technically, the world is not supposed to make it out of this. Like, it turns out that this shit is gonna be wild, like an extinction like no other. Like,
Yeah.
I was almost to the point where, like, dude, is planet Earth about to explode or something? Like,
Like it's all leaning towards like an extinction, basically.
yeah, like on a level historically that we've never seen before. You know,
Right.
and of course you have all the like the approach of the game is to not even get into combat. It makes it so difficult for you to even not so difficult, but it makes it like we were talking about earlier, the mechanics, like with the melee and stuff.
Yeah.
It's best to like just avoid combat generally, more so than even Metal Gear. I mean, they give you the options to go the non-lethal route, which is great. But you fuck up and it's like, oh shit, well, I killed somebody. Damn, I shouldn't have done that. Like
Yeah. So like
can,
you said, it's like we have that option, but that's not really like the priority in this
mhm.
game. Like
Mhm.
to fight or to cause violence.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. Like in Metal Gear, like you don't if you get so good, you won't have to really face any enemies because you just sneak past them.
Yeah.
But in this game, it's like you don't, because you don't want to. Not just because it could be frustrating, but it's because the game conveys how like if you're paying attention on a deeper level, it's trying to tell you, like, don't do it because of what happens when you take a human life. Literally, it will cause an explosion, like a scar on the earth,
But yeah, exactly.
you know, and figuratively, it's an explosion because you've done something so horrible. You've taken a life, despite the mules doing what they do, despite the demons, which I forgot to mention, the homo demons, which have pretty much become nihilists altogether. they
Oh
like
yeah,
you,
those guys.
yeah, they literally just start shooting at you. They don't care. They're just out there trying to cause destruction. They don't care anymore because they don't see the point. It's like the feeling of delivering and getting that cargo and getting that rush is just not enough. They got to a point where it's like it's not enough, and I don't see the point of anything anymore. I mean, we're all gonna die anyway. Might as well just say fuck it. That's them, and they don't even really have to. I mean, they do tell you that in interviews, but they don't have to do much for you to figure that out. That's what happens.
Right.
So yeah, the game, of course, like I said, to summarize that, the game conveys how important the people are, these connections are, and of course, by extension, you are to everyone as well. So yeah, you better not take that life, because it's just as important. It's just as important, despite what they're doing. It's just as important, you know.
Yeah, like you really get that thought in your head of like like going like wanting to connect everybody or wanting to help others, rather than shoot up your enemies
Mm-hmm.
or like anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Like you get all these weapons, and like I mentioned before, I just never feel like I don't want to use them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crazy how at first the game feels so tedious and so difficult because of the core gameplay, which is to deliver. But then the further I got into it, I mean, I don't know about you, but the further I got into it, especially post ending, I felt so relieved. Uh, and I also came to like the core gameplay much more because I kept understanding more like how to approach the game and how the narrative and the themes and everything work with it. So it's like, yeah, the gunplay is fantastic. I love how it sounds or whatever, but I know I shouldn't be doing this, and I don't want to have to do this.
Yeah.
I don't want to use the guns or anything like that. You know, I mean, if I had to get into a mule camp or demons camp, then yeah, I would go in non-lethally and of course mow them down. You know, not kill them, of course, but just mow them down and knock them out. But even in the final part of the game, remember, spoiler alert, in the not that we haven't said spoiler shit already,
Yeah.
but you know, at the very end of the game, it took me a while to actually figure out what I had to do. Um, you're tasked with either ending the world now or ending it later, and you have the gun, right?
Oh yeah, that part.
Yeah, you have the gun, and you have 6 shots. It's nice, 6 shots. This is the sixth extinction. So, but it won't do anything.
Yeah.
And if you don't figure it out, the extinction happens. I got that shit like 3 times. It was infuriating. Well, it was
Before
less.
you real
Yeah, what
before you
reasons?
I was just gonna say before you realized like exactly what you had to do, or like me, you just kind of accidentally stumble upon what you actually have to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it took me like 3 tries, and then I was like, well, what if I just go up to her and kind of like just grab her or something? That was my initial thought. So I put the gun away. It's not working. I have to put it away.
No,
I'd ra-
I shot her so many times the first
Dude,
time.
I thought I had to shoot her, like, and it wasn't working. And then I was like, in my second try, I was like, do I have to shoot the planet or something? Like, what the fuck? Like, how do
Yeah.
I make this choice? They gave me the gun,
Well, yeah.
and then I realized what spoiler alert, what she has to tell you, like, after everything, how could you not? Like, because he says, I don't even know what to do. And she says, sure you do. After everything, how could you not? And it's like, it's not even about the game. It's just the story. It's about what you've been doing throughout the gameplay and how you approach the gameplay.
Basically.
Yeah. So I immediately, once I finally put it away, my initial thought, maybe I'll just grab her or whatever. But then right before it gave me the interaction, like in the back of my mind, I knew that I was gonna like do something and not like pin her down or something.
Uh huh.
I knew it was gonna be something else, and then I was just like, maybe hold her. Like for a split second, I thought that right before it happens, and then
Yeah.
it did happen, and then it's like that's how he did it. He didn't have to shoot her. Obviously, this is not gonna work. Not just because she's too fucking powerful,
Right.
but because in order for the human race to live in game and in real world, you have to put the gun down, and you have to give her like, I know, like in on paper it sounds cheesy and corny as fuck, but the way he did it in the game is just so beautiful.
Yeah, it
He just
works.
Yeah, it works. And he just held her and he hugged her right there. And it was like, oh my god, this fucking game is so godlike.
Yeah. Like I said, that's when like once you reach like just that entire section of the game, you really start to realize and that everything you did before was so worth it.
Mm-hmm. It was. And and it and I didn't know this until my friend told me. Aaron told me. He
Hmm.
was like, you could have actually used the strand slash rope to fight against Higgs. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah. So you technically could parry him with the
Oh.
rope. He even says it right before you fight, the stick versus the rope. The motif of the stick versus rope. The stick is supposed to symbolize the violence in a way, and the
Yeah.
rope is supposed to be bringing things together or bringing it to you. The motif that's what of course Kojima talked about before the game was released when he would talk in interviews about it, and because he was being very cryptic. Nobody really knew what the fuck he was gonna do. You know.
Yeah.
So in the game, you don't have any weapons. Like in that fight, you have to melee him, which is essentially what I was doing. But
Basically.
in the midst of the fight, I was like, I think I could probably use the strand or something, but I never used it. I never really used it throughout the entire game, honestly. The strand.
Yeah. I never did either.
Yeah, the only time I did something similar was when I used the bowler gun. you know? And
Uh huh.
the first weapon you get in the game isn't even a lethal weapon. It's literally just something that takes them down and ties them up. There you go. There's another one, the bowler gun.
Yeah.
Ties them up. There's the other one, the other motif. Like it's everywhere in the game. The Cairo network, literally, it's not even just the cities. It's literally you see the lines connecting everything. The word network, another one. Another one. Like it's everywhere. It's everywhere. But in the fight against Higgs, you can parry him with the strand when he's gonna try and stab you.
Oh
So it's like,
shit.
oh, stick in the rope. Okay. Yeah. So you don't even need the stick. What you need is the rope. But the stick has a role to play, just like they don't say that in the game, but she says it towards at the end. The gun still has a role to play. Like this still has a role to play, and then
Yeah.
you find out what that actually was. You know, the game shares a lot of themes with the Metal Gear series. I don't know if you picked that up. Besides the giant ass whale from MGS5.
Yeah.
Yeah, like uh of course the anti-violence slash anti-war, even though they approach it differently. And there's the oh, the putting aside the gun. Remember the end of MGS4? Big boss comes to Snake, and
Oh yeah.
which wasn't
He
awesome. I
he
don't know
tells
how.
him to put down the gun, or he makes him
Yeah,
put down the gun, I should say.
yeah, like he bests him in CQC. How? He bested him in CQC at 80 years old, and then he's like, "Let it go," because he has it right like in his hand tightly, and he's just telling him like, "It's time to put aside the gun and live," which is something that pretty much Death Stranding is telling you to do.
Right.
Even though you have those weapons, most of your weapons consist of non-lethal stuff or ways how to approach enemies. Non-lethal means. Uh, so that was a big thing in the game too. And I like how there's a beach level, a level higher. It's a level beyond a Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Her beach, right? It's a level that no
Yeah.
one else can really get to unless she allows you to get there. You never really meet God, but it kind of feels like you're meeting God in a way. I don't
When
know
you
what.
get when you get to that higher beach.
Yeah, yeah, because there's no other beach higher than that.
Mm-mm.
That's
That's
the
it.
high. That's the highest. You know.
Basically.
That's the highest you can go. But the only way you could go was to be able to. The only reason you get there is because of everything you do in the game. And that's akin to how you can do that in real life too. You're not doing anything to hurt people or to kill people. You're doing everything to be able to help them. You're doing everything to be able to connect, bond in ways that we never could have before, and in some ways where
Hmm.
we have done before. And he reaches this level of spirituality slash consciousness, but the only way he's able to do it is by having to put aside the gun. He has to put it down. He has to put down the violent means. I'm not saying I don't think Kojima and this game is trying to tell you to be naive,
Uh-huh.
because when you have to use the weapon, you need to use it. Not
Oh
as
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, like not to kill them per se, but it's not like you're gonna be a naive fool and think you can't like defend yourself or have to do something
Right.
in order to save someone or whatever. But that doesn't mean you have to kill. You have to kill somebody or whatever. But that's how he attains that level. That's how he gains there. You know, he's only able to get there through those means, and in a way, stay there, because remember, he kind of was there, trapped. And they were only able to get him out because of that gun.
Because of the connection of that gun.
With everyone else. you know so um I thought that was crazy. I was like, damn, like this is the end, and then it just kept going. Like she was explaining
Uh-huh.
everything, and I was like, yo, what the fuck is happening? And it it was weird when you started seeing her with a black dress. I was like, oh my god.
Oh yeah.
She never felt like a real person ever since you first meet her personally. It never felt. I don't.
Really?
Yeah, I never thought she was a real person. The portrayal of her character never felt real. Um, and then when I beat the game, I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Right.
That makes sense because she really wasn't just a person. She was something else, you know. And like everyone else felt like a real person. They all gave really good performances, to say the least. But then every time she's on screen, she just feels so whatever. I'm not saying her performance is bad, but it's the way she gives it. But then you realize that,
Right.
oh, she's like she feels dreamy, not dreamy as in, oh, she's so dreamy, but like something that doesn't exist. That's just the way she speaks. It's very like just normal, very neutral, the way she speaks. And then you find out, oh, it's because she's not just a person, but it's because she's this extinction entity that is trying to fucking kill everything.
Yeah, exactly.
And then she realizes that, and she's battling herself, like this duality that's happening between her and body and soul. You know,
Yeah,
because
and it kind of makes it feel like that, like her strange way of being at the beginning was intentional.
yeah. So it's like, oh, it's not because the actor sucks or
No,
whatever. The reason she feels like that, I don't know if other people felt like that. I mean, based on your reaction, you didn't think that, but
not. I didn't really think anything particular of it. But she did definitely seem different than everybody else.
hmm
Like I don't know. I immediately thought like there's something fishy about her,
yeah,
but
something's wrong.
yeah, something's wrong. Like everybody, like everyone's different, but she was a very particular kind of different.
Yeah,
That was
like
like that was a thought I had in the back of my head, but I didn't really think much of it, just because everything else about the game was just so outrageous that I didn't give it much thought at first.
hmm yeah, I mean, the game does have that. But she yeah, she always felt different. Like there was just something off. Like I like it always felt that, and the more the game progressed, the more it's like that was reinforced. Just the way she would
Uh-huh.
speak, just the way she would talk to Sam or about anything, you know?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, now I get it. Okay.
You start to realize.
Yeah, like, oh, okay, that's why. That's why she's like that.
And then she pushes you off the cliff. And then you're like,
Yeah.
okay. And then, okay,
Yeah.
something's definitely up here.
Mm-hmm. Yo, how awesome was that Higgs boss fight at the end?
Oh, man, I loved it.
That shit was like MGS4.
Yeah. Like that final fight between Snake and Ocelot, technically.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I got those vibes too. I loved every sort of fight with Higgs. When you fight that giant BT that was with him, the fight with him, I loved it.
Yeah, it was really cool because in Metal Gear Solid 4, it was kind of became more of like a 3D type of fighter at the
Uh,
end,
yeah.
but in Death Stranding, it was more of like a boxing match.
Oh yeah, for real.
Yeah, it became more of a boxing match. It was no Solid Snake versus Liquid Ocelot.
No.
No, not at all, but uh it really didn't matter because of the ending. It really
Yeah.
didn't. I thought that was the final boss fight. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was the final boss fight.
Throughout the like that last section of the game, I thought like, okay, this is the end. No?
Hmm.
Okay, this is the end. No? Okay, this is the end.
It was like Lord of the Rings, man.
Yeah.
It had multiple endings, like every single time.
Uh-huh.
He- Like the fight was great. It was pretty awesome once it got to that, and the music was like, whoa, that's some good ass music
Yeah.
right there. If there's one thing I can say, like another thing that I can say about the game is like the actual like original music of the game. Like the more you progress, it like just gets better, and it feels like a Hollywood style like music
Uh-huh.
almost. Like it feels like grand, like just epic music and emotional music. I thought that fight really did it justice at the very end when you're like fighting him. I'm pretty sure it would be better if you fought him on hard or something because Higgs never once grabbed the fucking crypto bio. Only you. So that kind of made it a little easier.
A bit. And I know for sure I wasn't playing the game like on a hard difficulty.
Mm-hmm. I mean, my Jesse was like, "Yo, man, I'll play this on hard," and me and Aaron were like, "Dude, what are you doing? Don't do that. Don't do that, dude. Like it's already hard, bruh." And I found out that enemies do different shit in hard mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like the
Oh,
first
fuck.
BT you fight at Port Knot City,
Uh-huh.
like Aaron was like, "Yo, man, that BT was doing some shit that I didn't do with me." And I was like, "Oh shit." I was like, "Oh, if that's the case, then more than likely, maybe other boss fights do the exact same thing. Like they do,
Possibly.
yeah, which would be pretty crazy because they were already difficult, especially in some of the circumstances you get put in, like the Titan BT. Remember the Titan BT when you get to the fucking Edge Knot City, man? I died like 3 times. You saw those chiral ghosts or BTs trying to get you?
Yeah.
Yeah, those shits killed me like 3 times, and I was like, oh my god. But the fight was cool. But then every time I thought it was a final boss, it was like, oh, okay, that's the final boss. Oh no, that's the final boss.
No.
Oh no, that's the final. And I'm like, oh
Uh-huh.
wow, okay. I thought the whale boss was something else, man. Holy shit. Uh, First of all, it was magnificent in a terrifying way.
Yes.
First of all, it was such a bitch to get back to Capital Knot City. Like, oh my god. Uh, and then, but of course, we can't forget about the cliff boss fights. Those.
Oh, yeah. You mean when you like when you go back in time, quote unquote,
Mm-hmm.
or just fight him and his armies or his soldiers?
Yeah, that was something else. I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
Oh, me neither. All I knew was I liked it. I was like,
Yeah,
whatever this is, I like it.
what if there's like once you actually get to go guns blazing, that's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's beast. Oh, it was so good. And you go to the World War I, and it's like, what the like what the fuck? Like, and it finally
Yeah.
gave you that cutscene from the second trailer when you see Mads and Guillermo del Toro with a baby, and you had no idea what was going on.
Right.
Now I was like, you know what? This isn't too far off from my initial feeling. I don't know what's
Yeah.
happening.
I don't know what's happening, but it's awesome.
Yeah, and right before it happened too, you see that big ass vortex, and it's like, oh god, what the fuck is that? And you see
Yeah.
crabs and fish and whales. Kojima loves his whales, bruh.
He really does.
He really does, man. First Moby Dick, and then there's the whale in MGS5, and then I already spoke about that whole Moby Dick allegory. And
Yeah.
and then he does it again, and I was like, what the fuck do whales even mean? Like symbolism wise. So I actually took the time to look it up, and it was, oh, it's because whales are kind of supposed to represent a way, like a record of history, because all life kind of came from the water, and whales have been there for
Um,
a long time. They're like, whales have been there for a very long time, and the beach is where the beach is kind of like where time stands still, almost like kind of like
yeah.
a record of time in a way. And that's how the Cairo network also works. By utilizing the beach, you can kind of get, it's like time traveling in a way for like the way you build materials. So you pretty much accelerate the process of what it would take to build this shit. Is essentially what they said at the beginning of the game when you read the
Yeah.
interviews. So I guess that's why you see the crabs and you see the fish and you see the whales. Not to mention, well, a lot of them have died in our in
No.
history,
Yeah.
and I guess they don't exactly have souls. I guess because they're out in the beach, they're just out there dead.
They're lifeless on the beach.
Yeah, you even see them in Cliff's beach, or the amalgamation of his and other dead people's beaches.
You see
They're
them
just,
on all of them actually.
yeah, they're everywhere. Like you even saw them on the higher plane. They were even there, if I remember correctly.
Where yeah, I mean when you have to make that decision of
Mm-hmm.
shooting her, they were definitely there. I don't know if they were there after that. Um
Oh, when you get sent down to your normal beach, they're not there, I think. I don't think they're there anymore.
I don't think so. There was nothing there.
Yeah, there was nothing there, but at that point, just in that point in the
Yeah.
game, they just didn't put them there. But generally speaking, you always see them, and it, it's kind of like it's pretty gruesome too when you're looking at it. Like you just see dead whales and they're so lifeless and they look so real.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they?
Yeah, they look very real, and it's like, oh gosh, like this is kind of like, ugh.
They're like, I don't want to look at this anymore. Can I just turn around? Oh, look, another one.
Yeah, no, they're like everywhere. The cliff boss fights were very interesting. Just in the designs of the maps were pretty damn good. The I mean, it was a pretty straightforward type of boss. Like you just shoot them or however you want to fight them, and then he backs off, and then you have to go find him, which is pretty easy. You just follow the footsteps, and then it's like a repeat in a way. But it can still be difficult depending on if you're not doing it how you should. Yeah, so then the World War II one happens. That was pretty damn cool. I'm trying to remember how it actually looked, honestly. I remember the first. Oh, yeah, now I remember. That's the Guillermo del Toro one when he actually gets trapped in there.
Yeah. The
That one was.
World War one was when you were in the trenches, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That one is. I think that one felt more horrifying, honestly. like just scary. Like there was so much violence and death happening, and then the spirits are everywhere. The fucking whales are everywhere. It just felt a
That
bit more
was the
chaotic.
first time you had a weapon, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you unlocked them like right before. Like once you got to South Knot City or something, I think you that's when you started to unlock them. Yeah, there was like they were like, oh yeah, there's a chiralium spike outside, and then that's when you get sucked into that vortex, and it's like, yo, what?
That's yeah.
Yeah, it was like a giant what the fuck moment, and you see all those animals in the sky. And then you get to the Vietnam one. That one was not what I was expecting. I was actually expecting Iraq.
Iraq.
Or the wherever he served in special forces.
Oh, okay.
I was expecting that, to be honest with you. That's what I was honestly expecting. I wasn't expecting Vietnam, though. I did like the Vietnam's design. It was a nice change of pace.
The jungle one was probably one of my favorites.
Yeah, I thought
Just
it
cause
was.
it just felt like by then we were kind of like it wasn't how do I put it? Like we had already gotten a few interactions in. I don't know, it felt normal in terms of like video games.
Mm-hmm.
Um but also it was just really cool. Like kind of like watching them all disappear, reappear somewhere else and kind of having to like recollect yourself again and go through it again.
Mm-hmm.
That one just overall that one was like really fun for me.
Yeah, I liked it too. I mean, compared to other games, it's still fucking weird and wild. But when it came to the game itself, we had our kind of already got accustomed to it. We already got we're already given explanations of what was happening in the story, like what was happening with Cliff. And if I remember correctly, it happens right after you had gone to Edgenot already.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, so you go to Edgenot and you do all that stuff, and then you find out what the fuck was actually happening with Higgs and you know her and everything, and you kind of come back from that whole fight because you know that whole beach scene ends with her pushing you off, and you see Die Hardman in the fucking beach, and it's like, how is he there?
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck, Bridget? And then it's like, yo, what the fuck, Mads? How? Like he just came out. And then like Die Hardman is like just fucking scared out of his mind. It's like, what's happening?
Yeah, I was like, wait, you know each other?
Yeah, and I kind of knew because I swear, or I think right before I swear I saw, I had already seen the scene, like when you see the flashes of memories.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Someone opened the door where Cliff was, and it's a black dude, and this voice was very similar to Die Hardman. I was like, is that Die Hardman? And he said John, and I'm like, oh. But I don't think we knew at that point. I think it was like right after.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see the mocap in this game is so good. It captures all the actors' facial gestures and nuances so well in their acting. So like
Oh yeah.
you're watching Die Hardman and you can actually see that he's like he cannot believe that what he's looking at. Like you know,
Yeah.
like he knows what he's looking at, but he doesn't understand how it's possible. I can see it within the mocap in his eyes. It's just done so well.
It was really done well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely was. And then of course you get back to the mainland and you see the whole aurora, and I was like, oh my god, it's so beautiful. And then the music starts playing, and then you have to get back and shit. And then finally, I delivered the final pizza, and it turns out it was Higgs the entire time. I was like, oh
Wow.
my god. I was so mind fucked, dude. I was so mind fucked at that. I don't know about you, but I was like, wow. I literally was in that room for
If
like,
I remember correctly, I did not deliver all the pizzas.
oh, you didn't?
No, but that's something that I'd have to do. That I'd have to like look out for if I ever get to the director's cut.
Hmm. Okay, well, spoilers, I guess.
Eh,
It doesn't matter. Look.
it doesn't.
It was
It,
Higgs. It was Higgs the entire time. He was fucking with you.
wow.
He was fucking with you.
That's
He,
hilarious.
yeah. So, um, I would still say to do him anyway when you ever get back to it because the payoff is amazing.
Yeah.
What you get and the like the fucking weapons that you get from that, but you go and do it and you get an email like right before you do that, like in that delivery. How many pizzas did you do? 3, 4?
Uh honestly, I don't even remember. I know at least one,
Oh, okay.
maybe another. I don't know. It wasn't that many.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's vital you do them not just because the rewards you get, because you also get the journals. Do you remember
Mm,
getting those journals of like an unknown person?
yes.
They're Higgs journals. So that's how you find out more about his character and like his
Ah,
entire journey, like his journey to like how he got to where he is in the game
right.
and his relationship with like, you know, her and stuff. And
Okay,
you
it
see
makes
what
sense then.
yeah, and you see why he actually went the way he did and how it made sense when they were like, "Oh, she gave him his powers or whatever."
Yeah.
Yeah. So you get all the journals and you also get the rest of the journals when you beat the game. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes through pretty much his life story and then even after you beat the game, it tells you like what happened like with his dad. And remember, like when you're at the beach and you hear the shot because Fragile's supposed to kill him. You know, she ended up saying, yeah, he decided to just pretty much stay there and condemned.
Was that
So,
what he decided? Because
yeah,
I thought I heard gunshots.
she
And
shot, but she didn't shoot him.
oh,
She,
okay.
she, she, she ends up telling you at the end of the game, like in the final cutscene right before like the actual final cutscene.
Yeah.
She tells you what actually happened.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, so in the final pizza delivery, you get an email from the Peter Englert person. But the whole email just doesn't read like him. It reads completely different, like what he's saying in the email. And he's saying, "Yeah, my powers got taken away, and I'm gonna be condemned to the beach. I'm gonna be staying on the beach by my powers were taken by who." And it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? And then at the very end, pizza and this and that. Yeah, I need a pizza or whatever. And at the very end, it was like, I give myself to you, Higgs what's his last name? Managa. I forget
Um.
his last name. I forget his last
Yeah.
name. But it was like, what? But I didn't really like understand. And then I got to the final pizza delivery. I delivered it. And in the email, he actually also had said that his quarters was open. And it's like, oh. So when I took it, I noticed it and I was like, and I saw like kind of like an Egyptian type of thing,
Mm-hmm.
similar to his outfit. And I was like, oh, but it didn't hit. So it hit me in like, I didn't realize it yet. It still hadn't hit me yet. But then I was walking down the stairs. I was like, this was very creepy right now. And then I get into the room and I see what I see, and I'm like, oh my god! It. I was like, at first I didn't get. I was like, was he in cahoots with Higgs the entire time? I was mind blown, dude. You see Sam's face and photos of him everywhere. Like a bunch of connections, like everywhere, like connecting, like where he was gonna be, what he was
Damn.
doing. You see writings on the wall that says Higgs was here, or like "Game over, Sam, game over," or whatever. And I was like, oh, that was an Aliens reference because his name is Higgs, and in
Yeah.
Aliens, game over, man, game over. So I was like, oh shit, it was an Aliens reference too. So like he has everything there, the pizza boxes, the Egyptian stuff or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, it was him the entire time.
Freaking mind blown.
Dude, And the thing is that he sent you that email right after that whole section fighting him. So that, oh, but because remember, they used the beach with the Cairo network. So that's actually how he was able to somehow send you the email through the, because the beach and Cairo network are like connected, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's how you got the email. And it's like, oh wow. And it was like the biggest payoff and mind blowing pizza delivery I've ever had. I was like, oh my God.
That
And
is
then you
awesome.
and the weapons you get from it are weapons that shoot not only the hematic grenades, but also the chiralium bullets. That's what I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
That's what you get. So, and they're even more powerful against BTs. You know, and of course you can kill a person with them because they're just straight up hard bullets.
Right.
Yeah, it was so mind blowing. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And of course, we got to that final cliff fight. How awesome was that cutscene at the end?
It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was so good. Like it felt like I went through a journey with Cliff too.
It really did. It
It's continue.
No, I was it's just like that whole thing with Cliff. Ah, man. It's I don't even know how to put it. Just like it was just all of it was amazing.
Just the way that the acting was like, whoa.
Yeah. I mean, even like for quote unquote video game characters, it was just superb.
Mm-hmm. Mads Mikkelsen just did such a good job. Like you can just see in his eyes and in his face like almost everything he had to go through, or like it felt like he was going through something for an eternity to finally get to this place in his life, or spirit, or for his soul to be able to finally rest, because it was in turmoil and in anguish and in anger. And that's why he still hadn't even passed on. You know, he was still there in that hellish beach because of what had happened in the past. And then you see just the facial acting alone, you were just able to see that, just the just how much he had to go through, being able to finally be at peace. It was just amazing. And of course, you wake up, you're at Port Knot, you have to get to Capital Knot. And oh my god, the whole way was so infuriating. I fucking got so mad. New BTs, mind you, new BTs. And I was like, what the fuck is this dolphin squid shit? And and I died, or like rather I beat the fucking BT, but I was having such issues. And then like when the BTs would come, like the sky would turn kind of like orange, like an orange hue, and I was like, "Oh," but it didn't hit me until later. I was like, "Wow, this color seems like to evoke some kind of like end of times type of thing."
Yeah.
Just the color of the sky. And then I kept going, and then if you didn't notice, the mules from that first part of the map, they weren't mules anymore. They were demons.
I'd have to go back and look, but yeah.
Yeah, so when you were passing them, they weren't mules anymore. They were demons. They turned, and it was like,
Yeah, you're
oh.
right.
They started shooting at me,
Yeah.
and I was like, what the fuck? And I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
because I was like, wait, what are you guys doing?
yeah. And it's like, oh, they probably like went through the whole process of this is meaningless, and they can see what the fuck is going on. Constant time fall. They probably lost their fucking mind.
Yeah, they turned.
Yeah, they lost their mind, and the thing is, some of them lost their mind legitimately, and some of them were influenced, as we saw with her. Like if you read the journals and everything too,
Yeah.
It was clear that she actually influenced him because she's supposed to be the extinction entity. She's supposed to be the one that wants to end everything. Well, at least a part of her, because it's half and half. The
Right.
extinction side and then the human side. And so she influences him, but demons were already a thing. So technically, yeah, but Higgs himself kind of was influenced by her and to eventually be like, what's the point? Like, but he didn't realize. So he was a victim. In
Right.
a way, he
Yeah.
was actually a victim. But you read his journals, and oh my god, he's such a good fucking character. He's amazing. He's an amazing character.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they turned, and it's like, wow. I mean, I don't fucking blame them. Look what the fuck is happening. There's like constant timefall everywhere. And then my first time getting back to Capital Knot, I went through that specific area right before it, and there was like 4 fucking lion BTs, and I was like, "Are you fucking
Uh,
kidding me?" I was like, "Fuck!" And I had
those
to.
those lion ones got on my nerves. Probably the most.
I fought it. I fought him only once. The first time Higgs sicked them on me. The one,
Oy.
that one. But then that one was like 4. And then the cargo for Fragile got destroyed, and I was like, oh, fuck. So I restarted, and then it said, oh, yeah, by the way, you got to start from Port Knot. And I'm like, are you fucking serious, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? I was so mad, man. I was so mad. I was like, wow. So I was like, you know what? I I tried to get past the dolphin squid thing, and I was like,
Uh-huh.
nope, I'm not fighting this shit again. So I was trying to go around, and it somehow still got me. And I was like, oh my
Yeah.
god, are you serious? But I was better equipped. So I beat
Oh, well,
that.
there you go.
Yeah, I beat that thing. I got to a safe house right before the lion BTs. I saved because apparently that's what you have to do. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm not going straight ahead. I'm going to go up these little ridges here and go
Yeah.
around. All right, cool. And then the sky was still turning, and then the tar came out, and I was like, huh? And then and then I was like, wait a second. I remember that one thing from the trailer. And then I'm like, and I had completely forgotten about it, and I was like, uh and then and you, like, before it even happened, when you were driving, you could hear the cries of the whale. You actually could hear it.
Yeah.
It was like, or whatever, the whale cries. I don't fucking know how
Yeah.
they cry, man. Over here sounding like a dying dog. And then Sam is like, hmm? Like, he can hear it. And then, like, a little bit later it happens again. He's like, what was that? And then finally the tar comes out or whatever. And then you see that fucking thing, and it's like, oh my god. Like, I was like, oh
Yeah.
my god. Like, I was losing it because it was so big. It was so massive and scary, and I was like, oh my god, I really have to fight that thing. And then came time to actually fight it, and I was like, oh my god.
Just complete panic.
Yeah, I was in panic mode, and I was like, oh, like, that fight was so epic. It was epic as
It
fuck.
was awesome.
It was awesome. I don't know, like, I was having some trouble though, because I was trying to climb up some structures and shit, and my cargo kept falling, and I was like, oh my god, dog. And it was still raining. And I was like, oh my god, the cargo, man. What's gonna happen to the cargo? I got a C on that mission. I don't know
Oh,
about you, but I got a C on that mission for Fragile.
I don't even remember what my grade was, but correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't BTs like come out and like throw ammunition at you or something? Or am I thinking?
Uh, so in the game, when you're online in certain boss fights, players' souls will, like, kind of come out and give you ammo or whatever.
I
I
think
don't
that's
I don't think it's BT. I don't think it's BTs. I think it's legitimate, like, souls or whatever. But it would make
yeah.
sense if it was BTs, or at least some cleanse BTs, or I don't know. Maybe it's just player souls and they just
It's
bring out shit.
the sort, yeah. Because I remember, like, I was low on ammunition for something, and then all of a sudden, I see this like a BT looking thing just pop out and throw a box at me, and I'm just like, That's exactly what I needed.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
They would
I,
even throw weapons.
yeah, yeah, like I'm pretty sure that's what I'm thinking of, but yeah. I thought it was funny, honestly.
Yeah, like they would do that. Like I think the first time I noticed that was when Higgs uh sent the lion BT against me right outside of Mama's
Oh,
thing
yeah.
when she was dying pretty much. So the quadruple rocket launcher or rocket launcher was beast as
Oh,
fuck.
yeah.
I love that weapon.
That
Just
was
the
one of
fact
my
that
favorite ones to use.
yo man, the fact that game even has that shit.
I know.
Like wow. So but I was fighting this thing and it would be in the sky and it would even bring out those Cairo BTs. The Cairalian BTs would like it would just
Yeah.
shoot them out. And then he would even shoot out something akin to like a blast or whatever. Some kind of a blast out of its mouth. And then it would even charge at you and then it would open its mouth and it's like, oh hell no. I'm hell no. And then it would even go into the tar, right? Or whatever, and start
Yeah.
swimming. And it's like, where the fuck is it? And then it would like it's so fucking massive it would pop up right next to me and it's like oh my god like oh shit like it was a scary boss fight. I had no idea like where it was gonna come, and then at some point I saw that there was like a radius right next to me and it's like oh shit that's
Uh-oh.
where it's gonna come from. And I was running and I tried to run as much as I could because the tar, and it's like no 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 it's not gonna get me, and right at the moment I get out of that radius the fucking thing comes out and it's like oh my god. And so I mean I was anyway I just started blasting the way Danny DeVito said.
Yeah. So anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah, so anyway I just started blasting. I mean that fight, like the little cutscene right before it starts is like, whoa, like, excuse me, Kojima,
Yeah.
really, bruh? Like you really about to do this? I mean, the thing just looks like a rotting, like I think it's a leviathan or whatever you might want to call it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just like I was like, man, Isaac Clarke is not the most badass motherfucker. It's fucking Sam Porter Bridges, bruh. Look,
Yeah.
this is a delivery man. I'm not even an engineer that repairman. I'm just a delivery boy. Look at what I'm doing in the game. Like I'm fighting to end the fucking end the
Ex-
extinction of humanity.
yeah.
Fighting a leviathan out here. Like the game ramps up. Like if you there's no other game that ramps up from 0 to 100 the way Death Stranding
Oh,
does it.
not like this one, no.
No, no. And I knew like when I was finishing the game I was like I'm already sad that I'm never going to be able to experience this game for the first time again.
Yeah, I think, or at least I'm not going to be able to experience that, just that 0 to 100 again.
Yeah, not the same way. Not exactly the same way because Death Stranding's entire experience is so dependent on the mystery and you just not knowing what the fuck is going on. And
Yeah,
then
that's a
when the what were you gonna say?
no. I was just agreeing. That's a good way to put it.
It just you just peel back the layers, but there's so many layers that keeps peeling back, and you don't understand the game until it actually finishes. Until she's explaining everything in the beach, and you get out of it, and then comes the inauguration. And then, man, that cutscene when Die Hardman goes to Sam and breaks down, that shit was so
Oh,
good.
that yeah.
It was like his acting was insane, dude. I was about to cry, dude. Like, I like when he said, "I loved her and I loved him," and I was like, "Oh my god,
Oh man.
such a good fucking character, dude. Such a great character." And then Sam like tries to snap him out of it, and then you of course you see the memories um of what was happening back then, and then it's piecing together, and then of course you have to eventually go incinerate BB, and it's like what? Like it died? I was like, oh my god, like I could not believe it. I was like, fuck this, man. Why did it have to die?
Oh man.
Why did it have to die? And then like you're taking him back to the incinerator, and it's like, damn, it's like circling back. Like what it went around and it's coming around. It's like a cycle, kind of like a cycle, you
Yeah.
know?
Weren't we in the incinerator at the beginning of the game?
Yeah. So the first thing you do, of course, is get to Central Knot City, and then you, of course, the void out happens, and then right after that, you get the BB, and you have to go take a body to get incinerated.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that was the first time you ever turned him on, or turned her on, technically.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, it's a girl. So it was decommissioned or commissioned for disposal, technically. It wasn't supposed to die. So it was like a, it was given life again, like a new lease on life,
Yeah.
right? And then it died. So it's coming back like the cycle of death and rebirth. That's how it happened because now it's dead, but now it came back. But it was
Oh,
different this time. Like
yeah.
brought her back outside of the fucking flask or whatever you want to call it. I forget what
Whatever
they
that.
call it.
I don't remember.
I forget what they call it in the game. So and then of course he's connecting to the BB, right? And then it turns out it's not the BB's memories, it's yours. And it's like the biggest fucking plot twist. I lost my fucking mind. I was like,
Yeah.
yo. I was like, what? Like, I kind of suspected it because of her words on the beach. Like, when he was just trapped there, you see her, like, I was like, oh, it seems like he was part of the BB experimentation, it seems like. That's what it looked like, or how it seemed. Because she said she pulled the trigger, but I thought that the experimentations had to do with probably killing them. And I was like, damn, this is some dark shit if that's true. Because she's showing you that she saved you or whatever, but it didn't, like, it still wasn't clear what the fuck was happening, like what she was saying. And then when you're connecting and you're seeing the memories, it's like, and you see how it actually happened outside of your eyes. It's like, oh, this is how it all happened. That whole sequence was just amazing. That entire cutscene. And then it's like, oh, it's Sam.
Sam was
That
the OG, basically.
Yeah, he was the BB. And it's like, oh my god. And then it turns out, oh, that he fucking got killed. Like he got shot in the stomach, dude.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, that's the fucking scar from the beginning that you see.
Uh-huh. That's his
Yeah.
scar on his tummy.
Yeah, it's not just a callback to Metal Gear. It's actually something. And it's like, oh yeah, because the BB doesn't have a scar on its tummy. Only
Mm-mm.
you do. You do, but not the BB. Not Lou.
Yeah. Lou has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, it was like, oh my god, so genius. So when you see the eyes getting zoomed in on when you're getting connected every time you're getting out of your private room,
Yeah.
it's Lou seeing Sam's memories from her perspective.
Basically.
Yeah, of the time when he used to be like that, and it was like, wow. And I was still kind of taken aback, like, yo, he's actually saying they call you Sam Strand, or like you're my son or whatever. And then it's like he was hugging Sam, and it's like, was he really hugging Sam? Or did it just look like that because he just happened to be there? Like was able to like see the memories.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I got a little confused by that, but I'm pretty sure he didn't come back. I don't think so anyway. There's no way. Because he's not traveling back in time. He's just
Uh-uh.
seeing his memories. He's able to like be out, like just look in from without. And then it sucked because it's like, oh my god, all of this has already happened, and he's trying to stop it and he can't. It's like, dude, I'm like, oh my god, like he can't stop it, and I want you want him to stop it, but he can't stop what's about to happen. And I think Cliff's best quote was when he was like, being a father didn't make me scared. It made me brave. And I was like, oh,
Oh, that's
dude, that fucking line was so good.
like, come on, man, say it again.
I know he did though. That's the funny thing. Like he said it in the memories. He said it and it was like, bruh. But then you see it in context. Like technically you knew what happened, but you're seeing it like outside of just the eyes of Sam when he was a baby. You
Yeah,
see the whole thing in sequential order, and you see like his relationship with like Bridget, like what he Bridget slash her, and the issues he was having because of his wife and everything, and what he was trying to do, and then his relationship with John, and how he was trying to help him, and how when he couldn't help him, and just how the sequence of events happened, and then he finally says that, and it's like, oh my god, that quote is so good. Dog.
it was so great.
It's so good.
Like, I think just that character, Cliff, in general, in the entire game, he's probably one of the best characters of the entire event, all of Death Stranding.
Oh yeah, like I kind of called what was happening with him like before we met up back with him because he's calling out to his he's like give me back my BB or whatever cuz
Yeah,
he thinks it's his, right? And we
yeah,
didn't even and I don't even think I think he realized that it wasn't his when he got there. Like when you finally beat him in the Vietnam section,
right.
I think once he's whistling, he didn't realize it until Sam starts whistling. Wow, that's hitting me right now.
Yeah, me too.
Oh my god. Yo, Kojima's a god, dog. That's the title of the podcast. Kojima is God.
Is
Like
yeah. There we go.
like dude, like oh my god. Cuz I thought it was like, "Oh, it's been so long. You know, the BB just doesn't remember. He's connected to Sam, and Sam just happens to know the song.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, he likes him doing it.
Yeah.
But then looking back, it's like, oh, Cliff realized that Sam was his son and who he was once he started singing it. And it's like, oh, wow.
Like I
Oh.
think it's like the mind blown.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was that like he had that epiphany right there. And that's why he said the exact same things that he said when he was still alive, like right before he died.
Yeah.
And and I think it hit Sam too. That's what it's
Yeah.
supposed to be. Oh my god, now I realize what it is. It's Sam kind of like piecing what's happening in the memory and what happened at his beach. Because he says the exact same thing and he's like, "Oh, this is what he's saying. He's realizing that he's his son, but he says the same thing like once Cliff's soul goes to rest.
Right.
Because Cliff realizes in that moment who he is. Nobody told him his name was Sam Porter Bridges in the fucking beach. No, he already knew that name.
Yeah.
So it's a revelation to Cliff, and then in the memories, it's a revelation to Sam. It's like, oh. Yeah, I kind of like figured like right before I was like, oh, he's doing all this probably because he's trying to just get him back. Trying to get the BB back based on what happened. Like he's trying to like he's not at peace because of what happened. Like because they had a kind of already said what was happening. And then they finally revealed like, yeah, he must have been doing this in order to get back his BB. because that's his tie to the world. That's why
Yeah,
he hasn't been able to go, you know.
that entire event. Yeah.
Mhm. Cuz I remember the one that was actually sad in the memories was when he comes back and he's drinking. Like cuz you see so many memories of him. You see so many memories of him, like it's almost like he's trying to make himself believe as if Lisa is okay, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's trying to remind himself or whatever. And then at some point you get a memory where he comes in and he has a bottle in his hand and he's drinking. And he looks extremely sad, like he's just not like he's not there.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he just looks at the BB and then it just kind of ends and it's like, damn.
It's like, oh,
That's sad as
that's
fuck.
yeah.
When they revealed Lisa's last name was Strand, I was like, yo, excuse me? And I was like, no way. No fucking way what is happening. See, I thought the BB would just happen to be alive for so long because they keep them in the state of between life and death. So they're like
they
that for a long time.
yeah, like they're I wouldn't say they're weaponized, but they're used for like as a tool
Yeah.
so they can live as long as they need to.
Yeah. So they're in that constant state of life and death, so they're never growing, so they can just stay like that. So
Yeah,
that's
so
what I thought was the case.
yeah, me too. And that's why I kind of assumed that Cliff was just looking for that BB that Sam had the entire time. That was like my early interpretation of it.
Yeah, me too. And it's like, whoa.
It's like, what do you want my BB for? Like,
Yeah,
no,
and then they
you
were
the
like, yeah,
BB.
exactly. And then of course that like he's an orphan and all this stuff, and then it turns out what the fuck happened. And it's like, whoa. Um, Also, I don't know if you got these, but the more you get, if you do specific orders post game, and of course you have to do some before the ending, before and after the ending. Certain email you can get certain interviews, and they're from Sam's wife that died. So
That's
I don't
true. Yeah.
I don't know if you want me to tell you because I don't know if you actually even unlocked all of them.
Go ahead.
So it turns out that she was Sam's psychiatrist, and she didn't believe in the
Ah,
existence of the beach. She thought it was a figment of his imagination, or like it was something he was using to cope or some shit like that. And then he
yeah.
was telling her that that's how he was like that's how he would see Amelie. And then she started realizing that Bridget was saying that, and it's like, yo, what the fuck? Like, how are they both saying? Like, did she make him start believing this? Like, and everything. And then she was trying to figure out what was up with the accessophobia or whatever, the fear of being touched
Y-
or whatever. She was
Yeah.
she was trying to like get to the bottom of that too. And it shows like how she actually spoke to Bridget and her relationship with Sam, and how she actually knows that she wasn't exactly there the way a mother should. And she does of course reveal, like, of course, she's his stepmother. And eventually she ends up not being his psychiatrist because she starts to gain feelings and it wouldn't be
Right.
right.
Oh.
So, or yeah, so she stopped. And it turns out that, she's pregnant, of course, with him. And she loves him and everything. And she was welcome. Lucy, that was her name, Lucy.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, Lucy, yeah. Lisa was Sam's mom, but this was Lucy. But then she actually does go to the beach. She actually does happen to go one time. I think it was just in a dream. Kind of like how Sam would get in there.
Yeah.
And I think it happened because now she was in a relationship with Sam, and they were married, and they were gonna have a kid. So technically, because of their connection, she could have that experience now. And she
Oh,
saw Sam and her on the beach, and she also says, "I'll be waiting for you on the beach." And
oh shit.
she kind of lost her mind. Like
Oh,
she screamed because she could not believe what she was looking at. Like it was like she just couldn't believe it.
yeah.
Something like that was the case. And besides, she probably saw all the dead whales and shit.
Probably
What
freaked her out too.
the fuck are these dead whales and fish and crabs, bruh, with umbilical cords? You know? And yeah, so she was kind of like that kind of changed her.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it changed her, and she ended up actually purposely overdosing on drugs.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she killed herself. She couldn't keep, like it was like too much. It was too much. Like what she got mixed up in. She feels like it seemed like she felt like she got into something that she just couldn't handle. It was too much for her to, I guess, for her mind to comprehend, I guess. And she ends up, you know, taking some pills. I forget if they mention what they are, but she kills herself, and that's how she actually died.
Oh crap.
Yeah, those are the reports, and of course, the final one is not even one she recorded. It's one of somebody else that says of what happened. They found her body and this and that, but they can't be too sure, like if he was responsible. There were rumblings that he could have been responsible. Sam was responsible, but the thing is, he wasn't even really there before she died. He was actually trying to figure out why he couldn't contact her. And there was a bunch of backlash because, of course, Sam is, connected with Bridget, and Bridget is supposed to be the president, and the fucking void out
Yeah.
happened. The fucking void out happened, and to take responsibility, Sam left, and nobody knew where he was until, of course, until the beginning of the game. Like he's just doing shit as a freelancer.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that's what happened with his wife, and I was like, oh shit. And I was like, wow, that
No
was
wonder. No wonder he is the way he is.
yeah. So I don't think he knew. I don't think he knew though. But he probably did because they were still able to perform an autopsy. They still were able to do that. That's how they still knew that she like overdosed. But the thing is, he wasn't able to come back in time. Like he did, but the thing is, she was already dead. And
Mm,
of course, he died, but he's a repatriate. He came back.
yeah.
He was the only survivor, and it's like wow. So that kind of adds into a more complication to their relationship, which is kind of tragic because the baby died too, and it's also a cause for Sam's eventual connection to Lou or Louise.
Louise, yeah.
Yeah, Louise. Yo, that final scene, that scene right before the credits rolled again. Yo, that was shit was sad, man. I was anxious as fuck. He took her out of the flask, and he kept on nudging her little chest and trying to get
Oh
her.
yeah.
I was like, bruh, I was like tearing, bruh. And then like finally she woke up. She actually lived, and I was like,
Oh, thank God.
oh, like I was feeling that, man. I was feeling it.
Like that entire moment to me, I don't know. Have you ever played The Last of Us?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, the first one, spoilers, I guess. Um, when like he's carrying Ellie out of the hospital, she's unconscious, and he's just like, I got you,"
yeah,
trying to escape. Like I, for some reason, I got a connection with like that moment, And then this moment when he was trying to revive Louise, I had that same sort of like, come on, you got this, you got this.
Which one do you think was better, that moment wise?
Whoa. Uh
It's hard.
it's hard. I mean, if I had to choose in terms of like in the emotional impact, I would have to go with The Last of Us.
Mm-hmm.
Just because throughout the game it's you and Ellie, you and
Mm-hmm.
Ellie. Um
More
I,
dialogue.
more dialogue. Yeah, like there's like that's like the central theme of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Sam and Louise or Lou, like yeah, it's important, but that's not like the only thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, it was still very emotional.
Yeah.
Trying to watch him revive her.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was. And then you see all the spirits of the babies are surrounding him. I don't know if you saw that. They look like BTs, pretty much. And I
I
was
might
and
I might have missed it.
yeah, like it's kind of like you see Sam like his whole body and he's holding her, and
Yeah,
you see like him surrounded by like spirits, almost as if they were watching or whatever. And it was like, oh my god. And then you get out and it's raining, and it's like
like
nothing is happening to him. Like the rain is not, nothing is happening. And then the rainbow comes, and it's a normal rainbow. And it's like, oh, it's like a new dawn. Like it's a new
finally.
dawn. The Death Stranding is over.
Yeah,
It ended. Like no more
it
time fall and everything.
a true ending.
Yeah, a true ending. Like some people are saying like, yo, Death Stranding 2 when, but it's like really like the game is not made to have a sequel. I don't think so.
I don't believe so
I
either.
I don't think Kojima's gonna make another one. I really do not think he's gonna do it. He's probably gonna do something else.
I would like him to do something else. I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, I don't see a way that like you can redo Death Stranding
you can't.
or redo a sequel. I mean, or do a sequel.
Yeah,
It-
like
it-
I don't see how you could do that. I mean, I'm not Kojima. I'm not the genius here. But
yeah,
personally, based on how it's written, how you experience it, it's like it's meant. It feel like it's supposed to be a one-time deal.
yeah,
Even experience wise, like again, like I mentioned before, like the games, the way you're gonna experience the game at its fullest is the way you experience it the first time.
pretty much.
Maybe through repeated, like in through repeated planes, maybe if you didn't catch something, you'll understand something else or whatever. Or maybe, yeah, maybe you're understanding other things. But the game itself's experience is supposed to be like just, it's not like you can't experience it more than once, but the Death Stranding experience is the first experience.
Yeah,
Even though I'm excited for the director's cut, uh, I know I'm not gonna be experiencing it the same way. I know.
definitely not.
I'm very excited. I'm very excited to go back and see like, the missions. I know of an Easter egg that's in the director's cut. I don't think you know it, but once you play it, I stumbled upon it on YouTube. Like I wasn't even looking for it; it just showed up in my suggested, and I
Ah,
was like, "What?" And then I just looked it up. I just clicked on it, and I was watching the video, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was oh, I was like, "Wow, this is so awesome!" I was like, "I can't wait to play this." This is probably the only one in here, but I can't wait to actually experience it myself, like in game. So
yeah, I don't know about it, so I'll try
yeah,
to avoid it.
yeah, don't yeah. Once you play it, Whenever that is, I mean, the director's cut's already out on PS5, but when you get it, uh, I'm sure you'll probably tell me.
I probably will.
You probably will because I
Wh-
already know what it is.
Whatever it is, I'm probably gonna be like, "Oh my god, this is what he's talking about."
Yeah. And there's a bunch of stuff that they're gonna add in that I'm looking forward to do. But yeah, like you can't do it, and it's kind of telling because in game world, the Death Stranding can't happen again. So it's like, yeah, the game can't happen a second time. You can't do it again. Just like in the war, and just like in yeah, just like in the like in the world, it's not gonna happen again. And in real life, you can't experience that game again. You
You
can't do it.
can't.
You can't do it a second time. However, his goal was to create a new genre, the Strand genre. How he'll go forward with that, I don't know. Maybe he'll expand upon it in a different kind of game. I mean, don't get me wrong. If he can concoct some crazy shit to make a sequel, okay. I just don't see how it's possible.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I look forward to the director's cut in which, or in that I already know the world. I know mostly everything. So starting all over is going to be a whole new experience. At least in terms of just, okay, I know what to do. I know how to do it. I'm not going to be as confused as I was the first time. Let's do this. So there's that. But getting a sequel, I don't see it. I mean, if he announces a sequel, then all right, I'm in. Like, let's find out. But I don't see it happening.
I don't see it happening either. I mean, I'd love for him to do a horror game and actually make it this time.
Yeah, please.
However, I will say this: uh, he may be doing it because he may be doing a Death Stranding too because Norman Reedus was asked about it and he said, "Oh, he should be talking to Sony about that shit."
Huh.
Yeah. So he was like,
Hmm.
"Yeah, he should be Yeah, he should be talking to Sony about it. So he could start working on that shit soon." And I'm like, "What?" Like, so it's kind of like even when you beat the game, it's still like, "What? How?" The only
What?
way I could see him make a sequel is not even really a sequel, a prequel, but it wouldn't even be the same kind of game.
Uh-uh.
It can't be unless no, it can't.
Yeah,
It
like
can't be the same. It would be a different kind of game because of what was happening in the story.
yeah, like to me, there's just I don't see any way because it's not that big of a universe that he really created. It's just like it's a small universe. It's a small group of people. I don't really see how you can like create a sequel or a standalone game out of any of it.
Mm-hmm. Like he could make a prequel, but at that point, like he would be making like a shooter game. Like for
Yeah,
example, like I wouldn't mind if he did a prequel about Higgs and John. I mean Higgs and John, Cliff and John. Like
yeah,
a game of their time in special forces.
yeah. But
I'm
by
in
then it would be a different genre.
Yeah, like I enjoy their characters enough and am interested in their characters enough, especially when you unlock more of his interviews, Die Hardman's.
Yeah,
And of course what he said, like just the small things he said, like you helped us from hell and back, when he served under him. Like you have no idea what the fuck they faced. I mean, they probably faced some generic, war type shit, but still, you know, how did like he could still make a game and be able to give them new dimensions and how they grew as characters, like maybe at a certain point in their life, or as people in a certain point in their life. But at that point, it's like a war game. It's not a it's not a game like Death Stranding.
Yeah, it would be something kind of totally different.
Yeah. So I don't know what he can do. The Death Stranding is over.
To me,
It,
it is as well.
yeah, it can't. It doesn't seem like it can happen again. Based on the game, it can't happen again. So I mean, maybe it can happen with like if you're a different character. But the thing is, like, if it's gonna be a sequel, then I guess the only way to do it and continue the core gameplay is to have completely different enemies. You'd have to create like
Yeah,
everything from scratch. BTs are over. Nobody can really. Maybe you can access the beach, but the thing is, like, the world between the living and the dead are no longer as connected as they used to because of
yeah,
what happened. No more
and
timefall.
it wouldn't really be a thing anymore.
Yeah, it would be completely different. You would have to be facing something else, but you're more than likely would have to be facing humans. You know? I mean, he could do something like explore the other countries. We never got to see what happened with them. I mean, they did say, I mean, what if it's just us? The thing is, we don't know that. So it's like, how did the other countries handle it if they even survived? Did Canada survive? No, they didn't. What happened in Asia? What happened in Australia? What happened in Mexico, South America,
that's
Europe, Africa?
that's true. All we
I'm
know, or at least all the story we were told, was what happened within the United States.
Yeah, but I think
The re-
no, keep saying.
the rest of the world flourished without us.
Yeah. What if that shit only happened in fucking America, dude? That shit would be crazy. That'd be
Everybody
funny.
else would be happy. Like that
Yeah.
one annoying family member that leaves the house forever.
um, I think America though was pivotal to Death Stranding working as a game. I think because yeah, in real life, the world in a way is kind of fractured, but all eyes are on the U.S. And then you
Yeah,
and then you see what the fuck is happening here. Still happening here. Yeah, I think it's dependent on you know the U.S. as a country, as with its people and its culture. Like it's dependent on that.
I agree.
Yeah.
And
So,
like, I mean, what other country is more fractured, I guess, at the moment than the United States?
I mean, none really. I mean, you can say
Yeah,
it's fractured from a different perspective, but
yeah,
not like us. Not the way it seems to the rest of the world.
right.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do, but I mean, according to Norman, that's what he said. So unless he just doesn't know, but I mean, why wouldn't he know? If he was gonna be a part of it, maybe. Maybe he is,
Yeah,
or you know.
or or maybe he just knows he's a part of something and doesn't know what that something is.
Mm-hmm. It seems to me like Death Stranding wasn't doing too well sales wise at first, but I think it's been picking up steam the more time it's been given. Because now we actually have people that have experienced the game, thank God, and have told everybody, hey, no, it's not walking simulator.
Yeah, I mean, I could see how people might think it is,
Mhm.
but after actually completing the game, it's like, okay, no, it's definitely not.
No. I mean, yeah, I mean, I feel this. I'm in the same boat as you. I mean, like that first gameplay trailer, I mean, is like, yo, what?
Where's the rest of it?
Yeah, where's the rest of it? But I think in gaming in general, it's important because I don't know how much you think about this, but holy fuck is there way too many guns in games.
Way too many what?
Guns. Every single fucking game or every other game, protagonist with a gun. It's just the same shit over and over and over
True.
again. And ironically, fucking Death Stranding has guns too. But the thing is, it's not a shooter. Even though it has great shooting mechanics, it's not a shooting. It's not a shooting game.
It isn't. So the
You're
guns and the weapons end up not really being pivotal
yeah,
to what you have to do.
yeah. They're not even in the forefront. You don't even really need like bullet weaponry. You can literally just go through the whole game with hematic grenades. Literally, you're not even using explosives. You can get normal grenades, but the first weapons aren't even quote unquote lethal. They're like piss, shit, sweat,
Literally.
yeah, literally, and a rope. You can't even really kill them if you try to run them over, which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at some point I started to notice like there's way too many games with guns. Just war games or first person shooters or whatever. Like
It's all the same. Like,
it's
here's a
just
gun, kill these guys.
yeah. Don't get me wrong, that doesn't make the games bad, although some of them are or mediocre or good or however what the quality is. But the problem is that it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean, it kind of is there even in other genres like platformers and stuff, but not really because platformers tend to have swords.
Yeah.
Platformers tend to have swords, or they have other things like Mario has little fireballs, or depending on who you play as, Mega Man has like a little blaster. But technically, it's a form of a gun, in a way.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, in a way. So that's why I like at some point I started playing more indie games and platformers and just different types of games because I'm a gamer. I don't discriminate unless it's turn based
Yeah.
or RTS. And then even then it depends on the game. Like Chrono Trigger is turn based, but that game is awesome. Uh so and of course I get excited for Crash 4 over other people that I know. You know? Like with
Yeah.
you know, so yeah, or like fighting games. Fighting games, yeah, there's violence, but it's not exactly like it's a shooting game. It's not really a shooting game. And even then, like, even if you take the guns out of it, a lot of it has to deal with violence. You know?
Right.
That's why I think Death Stranding is such a breath of fresh air. Like, I feel like it's a critique not just on, I guess, people or like how we've progressed as people, but also like gaming. Like, that's why that stick and rope theme is so important because in the game, as we talked about a lot, the answer isn't even the gun, and it's like put down the gun and do
Yeah.
this, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's important. Like it's it's the Strand genre, but it's not even from just a gameplay perspective. It's just from like the core gameplay of what you're actually doing. I'm not saying the Strand genre is going to be about you like every game that says they're from the Strand genre is going to be delivering shit. I don't I don't think that's what it's going to be.
I don't think so, and I hope it won't be.
I hope it won't be either. I mean, the game is amazing, but I am not about to go start playing shit that has you just making deliveries. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. No way. I mean, I like that idea of like having to like create your path or like figuring out what path works best for you and like that realistic way of like going from point A to point B, but no. I'm not
Mhm.
gonna be a delivery man for all these different games.
Yeah. So like when the games are souls like it's essentially they just mean that it's pretty difficult and punishing, or maybe they use swords as the main com like main weapon. They tend to have swords as a main weapon. No one's saying they can't make a Souls like game with guns, but at
Yeah,
least you need to have the fundamentals. The same way you would
right.
need to have the same fundamentals of like Death Stranding. What is it about? What are you trying to do? How are you trying to do it? Things of that nature.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, I mean, I hope games, I think games are moving away from just the shooters, especially because AAA gaming is just like, what the fuck? So many people
yeah,
are like, yo, man, indies are carrying fucking gaming right now. And I'm not inclined to disagree.
yeah. I mean, I haven't played a lot of indie games as of late, but I can't disagree with that either.
Yeah. Like even some of the newest games are still kind of like gun or a form of gun. Like I want to play Returnal, but guess what that game has? A gun.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
I hear,
like
and I hear it's like a really difficult game.
yeah, I hear it's difficult too, or like it doesn't even have a save feature. But I
Mm.
heard that they updated it to have a save feature.
Oh, well, that
But
would be good.
I mean, I guess, but maybe they have an option to turn it off. It's kind of like I don't know what the developers were thinking, because I haven't really played it. I need to play more. I need to play it to actually like understand what their design philosophy was.
Yeah,
But I would assume adding a save feature kind of goes against it. But at least it would make it easier on the player.
right.
Apparently, it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, if I were to, I mean, the only game that I could like really be okay with just being flat out like here's all these guns, here's all these enemies, kill them, is Doom
or Wolfenstein,
or the Wolfenstein. Yeah, I
which
haven't
but
played Wolfenstein, um, but I did just finish the first Doom last year.
oh, the reboot Doom.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have that. I haven't played it.
it's fun. Like it's simple. Like it's a first-person shooter, and you kill demons, but it executes that very simple style so well
Mm-hmm.
that I'm like, oh, I'm so okay with it.
Is it just like balls to the wall action?
Absolutely, with badass music too. The
Mm-hmm.
soundtrack is so awesome.
Yeah, I've heard the music. Some of the music. My friend also would play that shit at the gym. Like he would just share what he was listening to. It would be the Doom soundtrack and shit.
Yeah, I could see how that would work at the gym.
Mm-hmm. And if you can, I need to buy like the Old Blood and the new Colossus, or the new Colossus, or whatever it's called. But if you can
The
get your hands on a cheap copy of Wolfenstein: The New Order, sometimes the difficulty spikes will happen, but if you're like an old time gamer, you should be able to overcome it. But that game is fucking awesome. And that game was so fun. Just action porn. It's just an amazing action game. Like I was like, damn, I haven't played a game like this in a while, or like I need something like this. Like I didn't like it scratched my action itch, and I wanted more of something like that, but I didn't know like what to do, like where to find
oh,
something like that. Maybe
yeah,
Doom is it, but I still need to play some of the Wolfenstein stuff that has come out.
yeah. Now that I think about it, I remember when I used to work at a GameStop, a lot of people talked about Wolfenstein.
Yeah, dude. Like You need to be able to get a used copy or something. This should be cheap, maybe $5-10.
Oh, probably.
Yeah,
It's
find
it's an older game, so I'm sure it's around there somewhere.
yeah. Or you have the digital PS5, so maybe you can buy it digital or whatever. But
Probably.
or if you want the physical copy and still have a PS4 or PS4 Pro, just get it on that and strap yourself in. But that shit gets wild. Like the action is
Nice.
awesome. Action is pretty
Nice.
damn awesome.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. Um, but even then, it's like ain't nothing wrong with having fun with games with guns.
Mm-mm.
But I just want gaming to not just be about that. And it's like once you start to take notice, it's like damn, it's like the same shit.
Yeah.
Like, do game developers not know how to make a game? Like, I think like it feels like gaming hit its peak once we realized we can use guns in games, and then it became so fucking heavily prevalent that it's like we started. That's all we started to do, to the point where now we don't even know how to play a game if it doesn't have a gun.
Basically.
And I
I
think
mean,
well, keep going, keep going.
yeah, no, like it's hard for me to think of like AAA titles that are not like so reliant on weapons or guns. I mean, No Man's Sky, I guess, is one of them.
Even then,
Uh,
they got guns too.
they ended up getting guns.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the South Park games,
Yeah, that's true.
though, those are different. I mean, they're based off of a television show. They're a lot of fun. I'll say that they are so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but no, you're right. It's like in so one way or another, it's all about having a gun, killing someone, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Uh, I think when Death Stranding came out, I think it showed just I think it showed the state of gaming and the mentality about what a game should consist of, even if people didn't realize it.
Yeah,
You know, and the more I thought about Death Stranding, even way before I beat it, I think I started to see that too. And it's like, oh, okay. Because even Kojima was like, yeah, I think he kind of criticized Western gamers when it came to like guns, or they need guns in games or some shit like that.
I can
And
see it.
yeah, so I don't know if in the director's cut of Death Stranding you get guns quicker, though I've heard you do, but I can't confirm. I don't even remember if that's even a thing. I mean, I know you get a new weapon, a new type of weapon, but it's not exactly the shooting kind. Uh,
Hmm.
yeah, I know it's more like it shoots electricity out or some shit. It shocks motherfuckers.
Oh, interesting.
From what I found. But see, that's a different kind of weapon. Different kind of weapon. But still, like, even though Death Stranding has them, you can't exactly criticize it for it because it's a completely different type of game compared to the rest. Like, you could take out the guns, and yeah, maybe the satisfaction wouldn't be the same. Even I can admit that. But the further you get in, it's like you realize I don't really need this shit.
Yeah,
Like we mentioned before, you know?
right. Like it's you don't exactly. It's not the first thing that you go for when you have whatever task you have in front of you.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, the best parts of Death Stranding aren't even the shooting.
Yeah.
It's just when you aren't stressed and you're just going through the map, just enjoying the scenery.
Yeah,
And
that was one of my favorite things to do.
mhm. Like even just in the middle of a delivery, like especially after I beat the game, I feel way less stressed. I mean, or pressured or something like that. Like I wanted to complete the delivery because there were some things that I wanted to unlock. I was like, okay, I know there's more interviews and shit. I need to unlock them. And then of course you keep getting emails too. You keep getting emails too.
You never
Uh
stop getting emails.
yeah. I mean at some point I think you do, but you still kept getting them So it gave you even more to the characters. You know, technically it's 2 weeks prior to the inauguration,
Yeah.
right? But still, you're getting all these interviews, so you're getting more story. There's still an incentive to play, and I just wanted to get them all like immediately. But then when I kind of
Yeah.
got them all, I was just like, okay, I just got to get memory chips, right? But I kind of stopped stressing and I was just going to parts of the map, at least the final part of the map, where there's mountain knot or lake knot or whatever. And I would just go to areas that I just didn't explore. I was like, oh, maybe there's a memory chip over here. But I just enjoyed it more because the story was over and I wasn't thinking in the back of my mind, I need to know what happens next. So I enjoyed it even more. I enjoyed the experience even more. And I think that's the experience that I'm going to have when I get the director's cut. Because there will be new missions, and granted, I want to play them as soon as I can because I want to see what they're about. You know, and I heard that they do include story,
Oh.
and even post game, there's maybe one or two post game, like post ending, new missions from the director's cut. I want to know what it does to the story. That's why I'm like, excited to play. But the main story, I've already experienced it. It's not that
Yeah.
it's not going to be
But
good, but I'm not going to be stressed out to find out what happens anymore.
yeah, but we'll still be intrigued to know like what exactly is it going to do for the main story.
Exactly.
Huh.
hmm And then I'll have a different type of experience with the game. And I think I'll be able to enjoy it even more because I'll be able to take in like the rest. I'll be able to just do things however I want. You know, that's not to say that I won't still have to do things, or maybe I won't feel compelled to do all these fucking missions and orders and look up everything else. I probably still will, but it'll feel different.
Right.
You know, it'll feel much different. So yeah, I think gaming doesn't need to be just like Death Stranding, but it needs to follow its example.
Yeah, if
Just be,
in giving us something different once in a while,
mm-hmm,
or on par with like all these shooting games that we
mm-hmm,
get.
mm-hmm. I think one, for example, that happened a long time ago was the Walking Dead Telltale game series.
Oh yes. Well, I never played the Walking Dead Telltale games, but I played and still own The Wolf Among Us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that
I heard
game was
even
so excellent.
Yeah, I heard that shit was good too. But it's like that. Those are technically point and click games. The Telltale games.
Yeah,
They're
technically.
yeah. They may involve some guns because it's a post-apocalyptic zombie story, but it's a different kind of game. It's not you going over the shoulder, aiming, getting items, and that's it. It's like you
Yeah.
just going around finding shit, just clicking away, deciding what the characters say and stuff like that. You may have to use a gun, but it's not exactly about that. It puts the narrative and the experience and the emotional connection way more than just wielding a gun and that being the core gameplay experience because you're you usually play the game more without a gun than you do with. So that's an example.
Yeah. I
So
guess
and
and now that you mention that, you could say the same about whatever the game studio is that created Heavy Rain and Until
mm-hmm.
Dawn and the robot game. Um,
Oh, Detroit Become Human.
Detroit Become Human,
Yeah,
yeah.
and Beyond Two Souls.
Beyond Two Souls, yeah, those games, which I really enjoy.
Heavy Rain is so good. That game is amazing. I
I
loved that
remember
game.
I remember being so panicked at the end
Oh yeah,
Um,
dude. Yeah, definitely.
like even my cousin had showed up at my house like about 30 minutes before I got to the end. And by the time we did reach it, and we were both like, "Oh my god, what do we do? What do we pick? This or that? This or that?" It was it was such a crazy, but just a whole unique experience.
Definitely. I That's the first time I played a game like that.
I think
Hmm.
I don't know if they even did anything before Heavy Rain like that.
They did Indigo Prophecy. It was on Xbox.
Mm.
And that was their first game. It was a similar type of game because it's like a murder mystery.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so you can look it up. I have it on PC, but fuck, the controls were terrible. And so I was like, man, fuck this. So,
Yeah.
but Heavy Rain was the first kind of point and click game that I actually played. You know, like a narrative point and click game. And it was amazing. I haven't played any of their games since, like Beyond Two Souls and Detroit Become Human. I want to, I just haven't, you know. And of course, Beyond Two Souls has Ellen Page, or excuse me, Elliot Page,
Yeah.
and William Defoe. And then Detroit Become Human has Jennifer Lawrence, even though that's not really her. It looks exactly like her.
It kind of does, yeah.
Yeah, like it
But
was
yeah,
so obvious.
Detroit Become Human was really good. I'd say if you were to play any other, I would suggest that one.
Okay, it's on PC, so I'll probably just get it on here.
Yeah.
Hmm. And then there's the games that, like, let's say, games like Okami. Never played Okami, but it's games like that. Like,
Nice.
I feel like there were more quote unquote what we classify risks now would be less riskier then. Like in the mid 2000s, Prototype, Infamous, or whatever. Even Infamous had just one game at the beginning of the last gen. And then they went Naughty Dog's route and they started to do like a realistic type of game,
Yeah.
you know? So we definitely need more like there were so many types of games in the PS2 era. It wasn't just about guns. Granted, there was a lot of gun games, but there was a lot of different type of games like the racing games, the platformer games, the fantasy games, and all this other stuff. There was
Shadow of the
just
Colossus.
yes, that too. The Team Ico the Ico games.
Uh-huh.
You know, Last Guardian. I haven't really played any of their games, but I know what they consist of, and they don't consist of they don't consist of shooting shit.
Yeah.
You know.
I haven't played The Last Guardian yet. I
Mhm.
have it because it was a PlayStation Plus title, I think, at one point.
Mhm.
But I did finish Shadow of the Colossus early last year,
Mhm.
and it's I mean it's a very unique experience as well.
Mhm.
Like what, 16 bosses, and that's it, but each one is a puzzle of how you have to confront it.
Mhm.
Like it is kind of like Death Stranding, like you've never played anything like that before.
Mhm.
So that's kind of what I try to look for, or what I would hope that like the game industry would do moving forward, is like take a few risks, take more risks, or try to give us something unique.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. Like, I think games, for all the shit that they give is quote unquote interactive movies, there needs to be more of that, and there has been plenty of that in the past two
Yeah,
gens. But that's good. It's good that we have games like that, like the visual novel games. I don't play those games, and they're not exactly in the forefront. But I'm glad they exist because
right.
it breathes life to games and the type of stuff that you can do with them. You know,
Yeah,
choice based games aren't new. They've existed since the '90s at the very least. But we should be able to push beyond just basic stuff.
yeah.
You know.
And like we said, it's not like shooting games or like games that's like here's a gun, go kill people. It's not like those are bad, I mean, if I had to think of like a particular game that just executes it so well, is Red Dead Redemption 2.
Mm-hmm.
In it that that like yeah, it's that kind of game, but it tells such an incredible story that it makes it perfectly okay for you
Mm-hmm.
to do like that generic kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's great that it's one thing when there's just a bunch of shooting games, but then there's a difference when there's a shooting game that has a compelling story, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it does fall into the fact that it has a a gun again, but it has its own unique story and it's a good
Uh-huh.
one. Granted, I've never played Red Dead Redemption 2, but there's no doubt in my mind it's amazing.
Oh my god.
I mean, I've played Red Dead Redemption 1. That was awesome.
uh
I just haven't gotten Red Dead Redemption 2 yet.
all I will tell you is not the ending, but towards the end I cried. like like sobbing, like making uncomfortable noises, cry. Like that shit pulled my heartstrings. Oh my gosh. That's all I will tell you. It's definitely one of the best games I have ever played in the last 10 years.
I've been hearing that shit is amazing.
Yes. 100%. I'm not going to spoil anything for
Mm-hmm.
you. That is all I will tell you about that game.
Mm-hmm. Good. I mean, I have a bunch of games that I have to play on my PC backlog and a few games console wise, you know.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I will admit, some of them are shooting games, but there's nothing wrong with that. You
No,
know,
not at all.
there's nothing wrong with that, but I get excited to play also the games that don't require that, at all.
Yeah, because it gives us something different.
Yeah, it's something different. And again, like some of those games aren't for everyone, but they exist and it's important they exist. And sometimes uh it's important for them to get noticed more.
Right.
Like someone may not have the same type of that same type of taste you have or someone else may have, but that doesn't mean they'll never like, a particular game because I didn't like certain games, or I'm sure someone else didn't like a particular type of game, and then eventually they did get into them. Tastes change, and that's good. Sometimes
Yeah.
tastes expand and things of that nature, and that's good because then you start telling more people about these games and these experiences. Like I'm telling, like ever since I beat Death Stranding, I've been telling everybody, dude, get the fucking game, please, dude, get the game. You don't understand how amazing this game is. And my boy, he was playing it some weeks ago with me and someone else. Like it was like three of us playing at the same time. I even bought it for Jesse's brother Christopher, and he played it sometime. He was like, "Damn, is there a game like this at all? There's nothing like this I've ever played."
Nope.
And I'm like, "No, there isn't." And I've been telling a couple of my boys too, like, "Dude, get it, get it, get it. Director's cut about to drop too, get it." And then they announced that March 30th today, and then the lunar sale on Steam. So the game is like $17. I was like, guys, you can get it for $17 a day, and it's only 10 more bucks to upgrade. So you're gonna get the game for like less than 30. And then what
And it's so worth it.
yeah, and then that's even less than that's like $10 less than the fucking PS5 version. Granted, it's on disc form, but still.
Yeah.
And my friend, who was actually the one that already has it and has it on PS4, was like, "Oh, thanks for the 10. I'm about to cop that shit right now. I'm about to cop that shit right now, bro." So,
Yeah.
and uh, Aaron bought it for Jesse, so he's been playing it. I don't know where he's at, but I've just been like, dude, please read the interviews and mails, man. You're not gonna get the most out of the game if you don't. Please, dude, please.
I'm definitely gonna hit him up then and be just tell him I hear you've been playing Death Stranding.
I know, right?
I
He.
think. Uh huh.
Mhm.
No, go ahead.
No, no, no. I don't know what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think there's really only one game that I have try to push on as many people as I could like that. And it's not even a AAA title. It's an indie game by Camp Santo. I think that's the name of the studio, but it's called Firewatch. I don't know if
Oh,
you've ever heard of it.
Firewatch.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know Firewatch.
I like my friend showed me like the E3 trailer at the time, and I thought it looks it looks unique. Like the graphics look different than anything I'd ever seen before, and that's what initially attracted me to it. And I ended up buying it for what, $20 when it came out at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it was like the plot that really drew me to it, especially because of like the particular part time of my life that I
Mm-hmm.
was having at that time, that I beat the game in 2 nights. But both of those nights I was just glued to my television screen. I was glued to the game. I was glued to the dialogue. I was glued to everything. And I just kept telling people at that time, like, if you have like the $20 to spend, you you can beat this game in like a night or 2 nights, and you will not regret it.
Firewatch has a story.
Yes.
I didn't even remember.
Yeah, it has a story. I won't really say what the story is. But it does have a story. It's not a long game, like I said. You could beat it in like maybe a couple, like 2 to 3 hours. But to
Mm-hmm.
me, it was such a good one that I told as many people about it. I even told my former boss about it, and he and I talked about it for hours after he finished. It was
The story's
just
that
an
good?
to me,
Oh, okay.
to me it is. But I don't know. Like I've had some like one particular friend play it that was like, nah, it didn't do anything with me, and then another one that was like, dude, yeah, I see what you mean. So I don't know. You could look into it if you want, but for me, it really hooked me.
Yeah. I mean, I know a thing or two about a game not being for me, but usually they are. Um, so I could get a nice experience from it. You know, the thing is that I have so much fucking games that I don't really want to buy anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even buy God of War on PC, and it just came out.
Oh,
The
it did.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're right. It did.
it just came out. I haven't even bought Days Gone. I haven't even bought Horizon Zero Dawn on PC. However, I had God of War on PS4 Pro, but I never even opened it. I got the greatest hits version, so I bought it for like $20 at Target, and I was just like, okay. But I also bought Ratchet and Clank, and I haven't beat Crash 4 yet, which is a fantastic game. If you don't have Crash 4, get it for your get it like the PS4 version, and then just upgrade to the PS5 version. It's free or
Mm,
whatever. And
yeah.
dude, if have you played Crash? You've played Crash games, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Have you beat? Which ones have you beaten, or have you beaten any?
Oh man, I don't know. It was during my childhood.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I mean, you can
so
get the
I don't
trilogy
even.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
Crash 4. It's about time, is what it's called, right?
yeah. So just get the remake trilogy. The first one is inadvertently a little harder now because back then they had the square polygons, but then as we got
Mm.
better, it's more round. You know, so some stages become a little harder uh, because of that. You can't exploit the polygons the way you could before. But again, I played through them, and it was the first time I played Crash 3 and beat Crash 2. And when I was playing Crash 3, I was like, wow, this is the level design and shit from Crash 3 back in 99 or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I was like, damn, Naughty Dog was fucking awesome when they made this fucking game. I was like, this game is awesome. And yeah, Crash 4 came out. Beautiful game. Art direction's awesome. Just it's I love the game. I just haven't beat it. But yeah, so I just never and I played a little bit of Ratchet and Clank. The not the new one, the one before. I
the one that was based off the movie,
yeah,
or yeah, that one was good.
yeah, that one. And I never played Ratchet and Clank, so I was like, all right. But I already know Insomniac did it. Infamous, which I need to play Infamous Second Son on PS5 because most games have upgrades on them or
Yeah,
performance boosts. I haven't beat Spider Man, but I know the PS5 version has a little differences here and there. But I have it. Uh, so that yeah, I have quite a catalog. Like I mentioned before, before we started recording, I'm on Bioshock
yeah.
Infinite right now, and
Oh yeah.
me and my buddies are actually gonna start a like a replay session from the first one tomorrow night.
Oh
So like,
nice.
so even though I'm on Infinite, we're all gonna play together. Like we all have a PC, so we're gonna be on Discord and shit, and just play together and go through the game together. And I'm sure it's gonna be a hit of nostalgia too,
Oh yeah, for sure.
because that game came out 15 years ago. The
The
first,
first one you're talking about, right?
yeah, holy shit.
Oh
Let me
seven, I think. Yeah.
let me repeat that. That game came out 15 years ago. 15. Oh my god, dude. 15 years ago?
In my head, 15 years ago is still like the 80s, and it's
Dude, oh
not.
my god. That's crazy. Cause sometimes you're like yeah, 5 years ago, and I'm like, wait a minute. 5 years ago was
5 years.
2017. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's not 2014 or 15. I'm like, oh no, dude.
We're getting older, bro.
I know we are. One thing's for sure though, I know I'll never stop being a gamer. It's just not gonna happen.
I mean, I haven't stopped being a gamer yet, so
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
it's gonna take certain things for me to quit. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I can't say it will never happen, but at the moment, it's definitely not going to happen right now.
yeah, the only way it's gonna happen is if they start just. I mean, these greedy people just start fucking it up. Like I don't know if you've heard, but man, Hitman 3 is a shit show. It's terrible.
I haven't. I've never played the Hitman movies, so I don't really know much about them.
Yeah, well, the first game was actually just on PC, but oh my god, that game is stupid. Like
Oh boy.
the difficulty is stupid.
Um.
It's stupid. But I have them all, but I haven't exactly went through a playthrough, right?
Yeah.
But then the third one came out last year on Epic Game Store only, and it's like, man, then it hasn't even really dropped yet. Whatever, man, I'll wait. So a lot of
Right.
people waited because it's not on Steam, and then they release it full price after a year on Steam, even though Epic Game Store was having a fucking sale. And then it's like, bruh. And then
Oh boy.
the game is single player online only DRM. So you can only play the fucking game if you're online. Single player.
No, I don't like that.
It's not even multiplayer. And you know the worst part about it was you had to wait in a fucking queue to even start the game.
That that's stupid.
Dude,
Who would think that was a good idea?
I don't know. Like what is like dude, why would you do that? Like first of all, it's bad enough that they even had it on 60 like $60 price tag, but it's not like there's no ways to get it cheaper. you know,
Yeah.
so especially on PC. So then I don't even mean Pirate Bay. I just mean like eBay style outlets. But then you can't play it if you have no internet connection?
Like,
I'm not even
that's all.
playing with anybody.
Yeah.
Imagine if you couldn't play BioShock without an internet connection.
That's all. That's as dumb as what Microsoft originally wanted to do with the Xbox One.
Exactly. Exactly. That
That's
whole Xbox One thing was terrible. I remember. God, that was 9 years ago. that
wait. Oh
was
my God,
not.
you're
No,
right.
no, that was actually 10 years ago. I think when they announced it. I think, or did
The
they
20.
announce it this? Did they announce it the same year it came out?
Yeah, I think so. 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Okay, so it was 9 years ago.
Hmm.
Still, fuck,
Still, yeah.
that's a long time ago. Um, I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't afford a new console at the time anyway, but at that moment, I thought like, oof, that's the nail in the coffin for them already, and they haven't even gone on sale yet.
Exactly. It's, and don't even get me started on the fucking Microsoft Activision shit. But that's a different discussion for a different time. But
Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, when things like the Hitman 3 thing happen, it's just dumb. Like, imagine a world where you just have to constantly be in the fucking internet to play a game. That's dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, the only way you could justify it would be like, well, man, we gotta save the environment, man. We can't be using, we don't have any more resources, man. But then again, it's like, we'll come up with a way. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
Nintendo makes their games on cartridges. Again,
right.
for the Switch. Dude, there's a version of Witcher 3 on a cartridge on the on the Switch.
That I didn't think much of it before, but when I think about it now, that's like, wow,
Yeah,
that's crazy to
exactly.
think about.
Exactly. Like, I don't want to stream games either. Fuck that.
Yeah, like I don't remember what I think the internet was down a few years ago, and like some of my other family members didn't know what to do, and without the internet, and I'm just like playing offline on my PS4 or Xbox One, playing all these single players. Like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm fine.
Exactly. The worst thing that could happen is if you don't get trophies, but I'm pretty sure you still get trophies, right?
Prob ah,
Were you still getting
probably.
trophies?
I don't know. I don't usually like. I don't
Pay
usually.
attention.
Excuse me. I don't check for trophies as much as other people.
Oh, okay. Mm. Yeah, it's still gonna take a lot for like not enough has happened.
Yeah, nowhere near enough at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah.
I
No,
mean, what am I looking forward to? Horizon next month. Next month. Wow. Uh, God of War. I think that's it at the moment.
yeah. God of War, uh, Ragnarok is coming this year, I think.
I hope so.
Horizon Forbidden West is coming next month. I still haven't played the first one. I mean, ironically enough, I was talking about guns and games, but I want Killzone to come back. I need them to make another one of that.
If they can, if it could feel like Killzone 2, I 100% agree.
Killzone 2 was great. I didn't play the third one, but I liked Shadowfall. The graphics were amazing.
Sh- Yeah, Shadowfall was really good too.
Yeah, it was pretty damn good. I liked it. But I didn't play 3. I just played the demo.
Ah,
Um, just played the demo of that.
I
Uh,
played 2. Hell, my father even loved Killzone 2. He had like a period of time when he would just play Killzone 2 from work after work up until dinner time every
shit.
single day.
Online too?
Yeah, only online. Only online. He never played the campaign. He just played like like death matches online.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember playing online.
I never did. He did, and he had a blast, but that was it. After Killzone 2, he was like done with it.
Yeah. Killzone 3 I heard was really good. And
It
then
was.
um oh, speaking of other games, did you ever play Knack?
No.
Yeah.
It's not because I didn't want to. I never got it.
Yeah, I have the first one. I never got the second one, but that was a fun game. Just like, that's the type of stuff we just, need. Like, I love I still enjoy my over the shoulder games whether it has shooting or not, but it's like not every game has to be like that, you
Yeah.
know.
I feel like games like Knack. can be like, I don't know, like if you have friends over, something is like, hey, y'all want to check out Knack? Look at this fun little game called Knack. Something like that.
Exactly. I mean, there's just so much. The platformers as well. There's so much different type of style of platformers just to really enjoy them. One game. Oh, here's one. Remember Journey?
Oh yeah.
You played that?
I played it for a bit.
Okay, so I got their collection. I think it's Flower, something else, and Journey on PS4. It's like a European, the EU version, because I don't think we ever got that here. So I copped that, and PS4 is not region locked. I never
Hmm.
opened it, but I did play Abzu. Like I never played those three games, but I played Abzu, which is a game created by I think the art director from Journey. So they look very similar, like the style of art style,
Yeah,
but it's not about you and sand or whatever. I really recommend you getting that. You could probably get it for really cheap, maybe on PSN or something.
probably.
Just try to look it up. It's not a long game, maybe 3 hours max, 2.5 hours to 3 hours max.
Oh,
No
yeah, that's
dialogue, no dialogue. It's just a visual game, visual experience, but it's one of the best games I ever played.
oh nice.
Yeah, it's very good. Like just look up Abzu, ABZU, and it looks really beautiful. And then when you actually play it, you're like, "Oh my god, what is this game?" Like it's just an experience. Like it's really awesome. Like it got to a point where I was kind of sad at one point, like a little bit for something that happens in the game. I was like, "Oh, like what the fuck?" And there's no words. There's no
No
words.
dialogue at all.
No dialogue at all. It's just a completely visual experience. It's pretty much you being underwater, swimming across
Yeah.
in the ocean, just across. Like you just start off like that in the water. You don't know who you are or what it is, but the game pretty much unfolds, and the story is told via visuals. So
Mm,
maybe you see something around, or maybe you take a look at yourself, or you take a look at your environment. And the more you progress, the more you figure out like what type, the story is or whatever. So you're underwater, and pretty much you come in contact with, of course, a lots of amounts of fish species. You, I think, come in contact with over 100, maybe over 150 in the whole game, whether it's fish, sharks, whales, anything like that. But the game pulls off experiencing these creatures, whether the first time or more, just so magical. It's amazing. It's amazing. I really recommend you just seeing, maybe they have a deal on it on PSN Plus or whatever. Just try to find it. Or maybe on PS4, whatever. Maybe they only have a digital version. It doesn't matter. Go find it.
as long as I find it.
Yeah, as long as you find it, go play it. It's really
Ah,
good. Let me know if you can and play it, if you can find it and play it, and just tell me how it is. It's awesome.
I gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. And there's plenty of other games that I have that aren't shooters and shit. But yeah, we've been at this for almost 4 hours, so there's just a couple more things that I just want to ask you because
Sure.
you know. So like when it comes to like comparing this game to like others that you've played, like the best that you've played, as well as Metal Gear, where do you think it ranks?
Ooh. Oh, that's a tough one. Um, I mean, I guess if I were to have like a top 10 list, which
Mm-hmm.
I don't,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that the top two are probably occupied by either Metal Gear Solid 4 or Gears of War 2. Like
Mm-hmm. Damn,
those
Gears of War
two,
2 is that good?
to me, yes,
Hmm.
to me, because it was like such a huge part of like my 2008. How old was I in 2008? However old I was in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
But it's one of my favorite games of all time. I guess if I were to rank Death Stranding,
Oh, oh, oh. Not in terms of favorite, with like if you just remove the favoritism aspect of it.
Mm.
Yeah, that might be a little harder, I know. But
So like if I were to compare it to
yeah, so like if you were like, okay, this is what I think this is my top 10 in no particular order, and these and they don't exactly have to be my favorites. So it's like you're saying like from an objective standpoint. Like would Death Stranding be in that top 10 or top 5 or top 3 or whatever?
I would probably put it somewhere the at the bottom of the top list or close to the middle.
Mhm.
Because there are definitely other games that I know that would probably be higher up, but this one was just so unique to me, and like all of the plot twist and all of the unraveling that we got at the end that really made me appreciate all the stuff that I went through just to get to that, like made it all worth it.
Mhm.
So I would probably put it like somewhere towards the bottom or the middle of the
Mhm.
list, or top, I guess technically.
Mhm.
I don't know. Um, that's probably where I would put it.
All right. Yeah, cuz I was playing it and I was like, man, this game is something else.
Yeah, like it
And
definitely deserves recognition.
and I'm still thinking about it. Like, damn, like that shit is fucking amazing.
Yeah,
Like I it's such a good experience that it's just so poignant and so important and so just that scene, like that final part when you make the decision, that whole thing encapsulates just how incredible that fucking game is.
exactly. That's why I would probably include it in my top 10 list. Like it
Hmm.
definitely deserves a spot there just for everything.
Yeah, I think I mean I finished it, and granted it's my only one-time experience and I haven't played the director's cut, which is essentially like Death Stranding subsistence or substance or whatever you want to call it. That's what it
Kind of,
is.
yeah.
Uh, but I want to say it's probably Kojima's best game. I think probably,
Oh,
and
really?
it's not an easy thing to say. It's
No,
not
definitely not.
it's not an easy thing to say. I mean, I don't have a problem with being able to say, "Oh yeah, this game is better than that." It's just that when you hear like Kojima's best games are like the best games of all time. Personally, that's what I think. That his games are like, if you're gonna be the best, then here are the best. Are you that good,
Yeah,
or are you below? And there's nothing wrong with being below them because it's a hard fucking thing to, how do you say, to live up to. I mean, everybody know it's the unspoken truth. Everyone fucking knows they're the best games. They're just people don't really say that much anymore. I mean, you say it that much anymore because they're over, and it's like, all right, yeah, they are, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy other shit. So,
but yeah,
you know, like just look at how he's treated in fucking gaming. That tells you all you need to
he's
know.
yeah, he's damn near worshipped.
Yeah, like everyone knows, you know. So, this game, it doesn't seem like it could ever reach that point at first, especially if you're just looking at it surface level. But I mean, I'm looking at all the characters. I mean, some the characters are great. I didn't think any of them were bad at all. I didn't think any of them were unbelievable. Hartman has a, oh my god, that backstory. Um, he has a sad backstory. It's not the most tragic thing, but it's pretty damn sad. Uh, I'm gonna just tell you his final interview is that he accepts that he's never gonna see his family again, and he
Oh,
move
damn.
and he moves on from that. But he
Oh, that
meets
must
but he meets someone.
Oh,
a nice Hispanic lady.
nice.
Yeah, so that's good, but that's such a great ending to his character arc.
It is.
Like he's a great character, he's awesome. I always wanted to meet him the most ever since I saw his character reveal trailer. When he's talking about the movies and how he can consume them or watch them within 21-minute
Y-
increments and everything.
Right. Yeah.
He's just so quirky. I'm like, oh my god, this is such Kojima's movie side coming out in this character.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And then you have Dead Man, who has a great backstory, has a great character arc with like, it turns out that he actually was born in a fetus from like human sperm and a fertilized egg. He actually tells you that in his final interview. I know I'm telling you all this shit, but I mean, it's like whatever at this point.
Basically.
He actually did say that, but whatever was missing, they needed to get the organs from dead people, which wasn't exactly wrong when he said that, you know?
No.
But the stem cell
Never.
thing is also kind of a cover story when he revealed that to you. But yeah, that's what like. But then his epiphany is that, you know, I am a living person. I'm not really dead. I did go to the beach, and it's thanks to BB, and we saw that happen towards the end of the game. So it's not that he can't get there; it's just that he needs connections. Literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
And he knows he's not dead. So, and that kind of like helps him come to terms with that he is a living, breathing human, even if his circumstances were different, you know? And when he reveals to you that backstory in your private room, that shit was wild.
That.
He was like, "Why do you think I'm so obsessed with them? Like the BTs and shit."
Yeah.
And the beaches. It's like, dude, oh my god. Especially in that scene when he got into the shower with you and he was, dude, I was so spooked. I didn't know what the fuck the story was going. I had no idea where the story was going, but I was scared to find out.
It's like, you want to give me some space here, bud?
That and because it was just like, oh my god, what does this guy know? Or like, where's the story gonna go? I'm fucking scared. What's happening?
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea. And Higgs, like you read his journals. If you want to, you can just go to the wiki and read his journals. Fantastic. I mean, he's awesome, just a victim, but that doesn't mean he was the best person prior to him being influenced. I think despite Amelie being different, she actually is a good character because of what she's trying to do. And she's having to come to terms with her being an extinction level entity and killing everyone, but she's trying to somehow prevent it, and at the same time it's like she's inclined to actually make it happen. It's like she can't stop it. As she's
Yeah.
she can't help it. She's trying to stop, but at the same time it's like she can't help but further it. And then you have Die Hardman. That shit was awesome. Like self-explanatory. Like he's trying,
Yeah.
he's torn between him with the president, who he does in fact love, and it turns out that they weren't intimate. And then he has his old commanding officer, who he's been through hell and back. You know, and it's like, what can he do? Like it was just, damn, that shit was hard.
Yeah. Die Hardman's was a really intense one.
Yeah, really intense one. Great, great character. And then you have Mama's story when it was happening was so fucking weird. I was like, yo, Kojima, my man. Like, only you could do this shit, bro.
That was like the first dose of weirdness that we got in the story.
Like big weirdness. Like
Mm.
the thing is a BT and it's getting milk from you? What? That shit was weird as fuck. I don't know how I feel about it once I get back to it, but like, yeah, wow.
You're gonna still feel that on.
Yeah. and but it was still pretty good. Her like fractured connection with her sister and
Yeah.
the whole spirituality aspect of it, like they were still connected. Like physically they were separated, but they were always together spiritually. I thought that was pretty beautiful. So like
Yeah, I
but
like that.
mhm. But it's Kojima, so you know it's like two people in one, and this the way they fused and shit. I was like, they fucking fused. What's happening? Like
Yeah.
such, yeah. So it's creative liberties you can do because of the way you create the world. You have, and then you have, of course, Cliff. I mean, damn man, that character.
Yeah.
Like
Cliff is uh
he's is he
what
the
am
best character in the game? I don't know. It's either between him, Die
I
Hardman, and damn, it's hard, man. The characters are all
he
so good.
he's up there for sure. At least for me, Cliff is up there for me.
Mm-hmm. Like this guy's over here trying to do the right thing. He willingly put his wife and his baby for the experience because he believed the lie that the president gave. And then it turns out
Yeah.
that it's bullshit and he's trying to stop it, but they won't allow him, you know. And this entire time before this happens, he's like kind of going crazy because he misses his wife and he loves her wife. He misses his wife and he loves his wife so much. And we see from that one scene that he's actually really sad deep inside, despite him willingly doing that. He probably feels some regret in having even putting his wife in that situation. Like he was just so sad, and it's like he has to live with the fact that he put her under like that, or like she's a still
Y-
mother, you know.
Yeah.
And
He probably had the most emotional depth out of all of the characters, I
mm-hmm,
think.
mm-hmm. And
Uh,
now keep going, keep going.
No, I was just gonna say, and not to mention, he looked pretty badass in that reveal trailer when he like just drops down, aiming his weapon, and everybody's like arrest surrounding him, and he's just like telling them where to go. I don't know. His reveal in the trailer looked so cool to me. Like I instantly wanted to know more about him and who he was.
Yeah, exactly. Like what is happening here, man?
I initially thought he was going to be the villain.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
what it looked like to me.
yeah, like it felt like he was doing like it looked visually like he was doing villainous shit, but it was like no, he was never trying to really be a villain.
Mm-mm.
Like it
No,
wasn't, you know.
the farthest thing. In fact,
Yeah, he was being a father. He was being a father who lost his wife and was and had his baby, you know, pretty much hijacked by or rather not rather hijacked, but pretty much was being his baby was taken ownership by the fucking government and by the president.
basically,
And then it's like, holy fuck, like I'm gonna tell you something right now. The fucking government in Death Stranding is not something you want.
no,
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 I
not at all.
I made a video about this, and I'll touch it briefly upon it since I already made a video about it. But I feel like Kojima, despite him saying what he was saying about the game and the connections, the underlying darkness about it is the fucking network itself. Because even in the game you have characters that are like so scared that their damn conversations are going to be overheard because they know everything is being monitored. There's no
Right,
privacy in the game, you know. Even your cufflinks, they're handcuffs.
that is true.
Yeah, the fucking symbolism and the imagery of that, it's like whoa. You know,
Yeah,
and you see that come and you see that come to light when some of the characters and preppers tell you like why they have reservations, like what happened before the Death Stranding, and the type of thing that would potentially happen and stuff like that. And we knew how the technically the UCA or what was becoming of the UCA, like how they operated and everything. Even
yeah,
one of the first preppers like, yeah, we might have to give up a little you know, a little privacy and all, but it's like, dude, I mean, you know, we want to become better, but the thing is we got to be careful.
yeah,
You know, we got we can't we got to be careful, and we can't let as much as we want to have faith in people, there's those moments where you have to have things set in place where they can't take advantage. And I feel like the way the government is set up in Death Stranding makes it too easy for somebody that's power hungry to come in and take over.
Right.
You know, and it kind of was the same even back in Cliff's time. And even Die Hardman said, as far as I'm concerned, her word was law. It's like, bruh, what? He said that in his interview, in one of his interviews. That's how he felt about it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and it's like, dude, that no, like, so even the government as an entity in Death Stranding isn't even as clear cut. It's still pretty nuanced and kind of dark, in a way where he already did so in Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then of course Cliff, was able to find peace and realize that his son grew up and was just potentially doing good shit. He didn't know everything, but he knew that he would grow up to be something good. He always knew. And then you have Sam. Uh, how do you feel about Sam?
Sam, I don't know. Sam is I don't know. I mean, it's hard to wrap my mind around Sam. I mean, because towards the end, I was definitely like rooting for him, but he was just always so like had that I don't give a crap mood throughout the whole
Mm-hmm.
game that like I was like, well, if you don't give a crap, why do I give a crap?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but as he started to like develop that bond with his BB, um, BD, whatever.
Yeah, BB.
Yeah. And when he started to develop that bond with Lou, I guess I started to care more about him then. Um, but yeah, he was definitely mixed for me at first.
Yeah, he was very like more of a blank slate. He's kind of
Uh,
similar to
uh,
Snake in the fact that he's a reluctant hero.
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm. And then I mean, you find out what the fuck happened to him, and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, like he
Then you
has,
sympathize with him a little bit more.
yeah, so he kind of has like mother problems, which is you know more also why he kind of has that phobia in a way. Like it's kind of linked to his relationship that he had with Bridget,
Yeah.
and then he finally was able to actually get a connection that he probably wanted with his wife, and then he was going to have a son, and she even concluded that Sam was actually demisexual. Yeah, this shit happens in the game.
Oh.
So like Lucy concluded that he was demisexual, as in he seems to only be able to have like an attraction to people he has romantic feelings for, or like he can only, yeah, something like that. I think that's what it is. Like
Hmm.
he won't really feel sexually attracted to anyone unless he has romantic feelings for them.
That's interesting.
Yeah, kind of like how it's not similar, but I know in the interviews or emails, I don't know if you remember, but they do conclude that most of the people surviving in the UCA or in the country are asexual. Uh,
That I didn't remember.
yeah, that is actually a thing in the game.
Huh.
But I mean, that's interesting. I guess
Yeah.
it doesn't surprise me given the situation. But
Yeah.
yeah. So then of course he loses his wife and his child, and at that point he's just fucked because it's like, damn, I'm not gonna. This was like it feels like this is my time to actually have people or a relationship and connections that I could actually have that I wasn't even able to have with my mother,
Yeah. And
or
now
what
it's
he,
gone.
and now it's gone, and it's like I couldn't even do a damn thing about it. And he doesn't really care. I mean, I don't blame him. And
Yeah.
then he's,
I mean,
mm-hmm,
I wouldn't blame him either.
yeah, he's just he's forced to this entire situation. But on the way, he gets to rediscover what it means to have that. I guess he's also kind of supposed to be a stand-in for you in a way, not in the same way that Big Boss was in Phantom Pain.
Uh-huh.
A little less than him, but he's supposed to kind of act in that way as well. Just learning, getting that, rediscovering that, and more.
Right.
The same way he's like, I don't know what to do, at the very end. It's like she's speaking to him, but at the same time, she's also kind of speaking to you because of the way you played the game. So it's like he learns to he also discovers not just how to connect with people, but how to actually go about like life, because he is a hero and he is a leader. He is a leader in a way, even though if even though he was following orders, he in a sense is sort of a
It
leader.
Yeah, because I mean it was all basically up to him to get everything done, to reconnect the
Mm-hmm.
country and get everyone back entwined with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was able to attain a higher level of spirituality because of, and in a sense, you were kind of able to do that too, even if you didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Once you start to look, it's like, oh shit, it's like this is what actually happened. So you the player and him, discover this higher level of like consciousness slash spirituality because of the way what you felt. That's not the word. How you realize how you have to go about things and have to
Mm,
continue going about things in order to make it work. And then we see that he fully relearned about connections the moment he tried to actually revive Lou.
right, yeah.
Yeah, and that good deed, he revived her, and as far as we know, he's going to be able to have that life that he wanted, that he for some time thought he lost. And then he was also able to even learn about his the truth, the truth tapes,
Yeah.
the truth
Nice.
tapes,
The truth
the
tapes.
truth tapes, man. It was. I think his journey is like one of the more interesting ones. I think it's probably the most important one. Uh, he's more of a action, more talk less.
Yeah.
The Clint Eastwood type.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, he's the Clint Eastwood type. I think overall Kojima succeeded.
I think so.
Yeah. But I think everything that encompasses this game, it's like, okay, yeah, to bring it back around and almost, end this because we're going on 4 hours and 22 minutes, which is a long time.
Yeah.
It's I think it's probably his best game, and I would argue it's probably. I mean, it's a bold ass statement given the type of game and that it's not for everybody,
It definitely isn't.
you know. But I do
But
think that once you experience it, and for those that can experience it, and that it is for them, and thankfully it was for me. I'm so glad I was not one of those people that just couldn't play it.
yeah, me too.
Yeah. So I do feel it's probably because of what it does. Even with its wonkiness at times and shit like that, mechanically, I do think it's I do think it's the best, probably the best game of all time. The best word I could describe it is that it was transcendent. It was a transcendent experience. It's crazy. It was such a crazy game.
Yeah, it did do that. I don't know if would call it like his best game, but
Mm-hmm.
then again, I beat it last summer, and then I
Mm-hmm.
haven't touched it since. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe I'd need to like dive back into it, replay the director's cut,
Mm-hmm.
and then see if I would think the same.
Mm-hmm. It. I mean, it's definitely worth a replay considering how dense the game is.
Oh yeah, especially since I figured out that you can zip line through it.
Oh yeah, dude. Once you
Yeah.
replay it, your life is gonna be so much easier when you're through that shit, man.
I'm not gonna be so stressed anymore.
Yeah. I mean, granted, you're probably gonna get a little stressed given that you're probably gonna have to do it in snow, and then snow can, you
Mm,
already know how the snow gets you.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm excited to go back to it. I mean, I'm gonna buy the director's cut more than likely on PS5 just to have a physical copy of it. Because I'm gonna start kind of doing that with my games, even if I get them on PC, just for the sake of being able to have a physical copy. You know, kind of
Yeah.
like a preservation type of thing. Like I know emulators exist, but then it's one thing when the games are recent. It's another thing when the games are old. You know,
Right.
and
I
I'd
mean,
rather and I'd rather have a newer game physically when I can emulate much older games that there's no point in really buying inflated prices for.
yeah. I mean, I can't do that. I mean, technically, I could buy like a physical copy, but I know I could never play it on a digital PS5. Um, but I do believe in like like buying physical media and preserving what you believe is like your favorite game, movie, this or whatever.
Mm-hmm. I, I,
So
uh-huh. I don't buy just anything physical anymore. Like
yeah, no, me neither.
I'm very intentional with what I buy. Like I don't just buy things frivolously. I only buy things that I think I can make use out of, or I feel I find value out of, or like an experience. So I don't buy movies like that anymore. Like I really don't. I don't
Neat.
buy
Hmm.
games like that anymore or anything like that.
Yeah,
Depends.
only if I really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm pretty sure not a lot of people did, but I loved Godzilla versus Kong,
Oh,
and
that
I
movie's
loved
awesome.
yeah, and King of Monsters. Like the second I finished watching King of Monsters, I knew I was buying that on 4K Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Like I had to.
Mm-hmm.
I borrowed a copy of The Last of Us Part 2, and that game alone is like a whole other discussion. But long story short, I loved it. I returned it, and then I bought my own copy of it physically.
Oh man, that game is fucking awesome.
Okay, good, because I think so too.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think uh, it's so unfairly judged, but honestly, that's a different discussion for another time.
Yeah.
I beat it and I was like, man, these guys are dumb. Like, I don't understand. This game is fucking amazing. And I was like, man, I really got to go through a replay of it. And thankfully, the PS5 is here, and it has a 60 frames per second update on the PS5. Like if you just pop in the disc and update it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I still have my PS4, so I just played it on the PS4. But yeah, once I returned it once I returned it back to my friend, I bought my own copy of it. I bought the special edition off of eBay just because I wanted it that much.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what I do with all of my physical media now. Like just whatever I think is really good to me, I'll buy it physically and like just hold it somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like I have that game like base copy because I don't really buy like limited editions or anything like that anymore ever since I became a minimalist. So
Yeah.
like I said, I'm very particular with what I buy. I'm not going to buy anything if I there's no need for me to get it, if I'm not going to use it, if I don't think it's going to be a good experience or anything like that. So it really depends. But that game that game is like,
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
heavy as game.
Oh yeah.
I think it's probably like that game alone is probably like I haven't played Witcher 3, but I had based on what I played and Death Stranding was technically last gen too. It's probably top 3 games of the last gen. I think it is top 3 games of last gen.
It could
Last,
be. Yeah.
yeah, Last of Us 2.
It,
At the
it really.
very least, it's top 5. Easy.
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
It's
definitely.
easy. I like I played it and I was just like, damn, that shit is amazing. Like just the gameplay alone, I'm like, yo, this is so much better than the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, even now, I'm just like, damn, man, y'all still hating on this game? Like some people, I'm like, wow, bruh. And the reasons don't even make sense anymore. They
Yeah,
really don't.
I agree.
Yeah, they don't. But yeah. So you put Death Stranding in top 10, low to mid, and you say that you need to go back another round, preferably the director's cut. See how you feel about it then.
Yes. And then it would either stay the same or I would change it accordingly. But it would probably it either stay as I have it now or it would go up.
Mm-hmm.
I highly doubt that I'd play it again and be like, you know what? Never mind. This doesn't go in my top 10. I doubt that would happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, me, I think it's probably Kojima's best game. I mean, I have to replay the Metal Gear series again. I've been wanting to for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Mm,
And then, of course, I'll replay this. I'll play the director's cut probably before I replay any of those games. Um, and of course, yeah, like I said, I think it's his best game. I think it's probably the best game of all time. But it's it's so hard to say. It's so hard. But it's a strong contender, even if I end up saying that it's not. All I know is it's a worthwhile experience to say the least. At best,
agreed.
it's a transcendental gaming experience. I've never experienced anything like that game ever. Mm.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, and again, I can't wait to get back to it. Like I did when I said I was gonna buy the disc, I was like, man, I might just start playing that shit immediately. Like I don't, but I'm
Yeah.
like, no, I gotta play other shit. I gotta do other shit. I'll wait. It's okay. It's okay to have a break because I played that shit for a while. You know, and I'm looking
Yeah.
forward to shorter games.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, shorter games relatively. So yeah, this was fun. It was pretty much the same amount as last time despite it just being me and you.
Yeah,
That shit's
surprisingly.
crazy. I mean, I'm not honestly surprised. I'm not too surprised given the material we got here. So
Yeah.
that game is it's a lot. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit to unpack. And I mean, we didn't even talk. We didn't even talk about a few things like the dinosaur shit and everything. But we don't really need to. I mean, it's self-explanatory. That shit was
For the
awesome.
most part. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit was pretty awesome. I didn't. I don't really have a question. I mean, I think we discovered stuff about the game talking about it today that I think we still
Yeah.
had questions about, like the whole Sam and Cliff thing and shit like that. So everything was explained. Like there
For the
really
most
isn't.
part.
Yeah, except what happened to the rest of the world. But I don't really
Oh
think it
yeah.
matters.
Nah.
I don't think it
Mm-mm.
matters. But yeah. Another long one. Another long one. I should be able to hopefully get this one on YouTube regardless. Um I'm probably just gonna do the same thing as the last episode I did with the Avengers. Just put a fucking slap on the slap on the photo of the podcast. Because 4.5 hours of gameplay is gonna be a big ass video, and I'd rather not do that. So it's not necessary. And oh yeah, by the way, I was gonna let you know too. I don't know if you watched my Death Stranding videos, but I still need to finish them. I'm actually doing it in a way where it's kind of like a TV show. So like it's a let's play, right? And I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking, or me and the boys are talking, or whatever. But I'm gonna edit it in a way where it's like it's not just like a big ass walkthrough, because Death Stranding isn't really a game that you watch a walkthrough of. I would never
Not really.
recommend that. Never
No.
recommend that shit.
No.
Mm-mm. You can only the like if you were gonna watch that game, I would recommend the videos that are like Death Stranding the movie 4K or whatever.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. You no the if you're gonna no just no. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I've been doing. I haven't made a video of it in like 2 weeks just because I've been recording the footage, but I wanted to just beat it, and it was gonna take me too long to record and beat and edit. I was like, nah, let me just focus on beating this shit.
Right.
But yeah, I've been doing that, and again, Metal Brian, not Brian, but Metal Briam
Yeah.
joined me today solo, and but it don't matter because there was a lot of shit that we spoke about. Had a fun conversation, especially when we started talking about other games and shit. Uh, but yeah, this was the Outer Days podcast, episode 11. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.